Thank you. Good evening. I hereby call the Palm Springs Special Joint City Council and Human Rights Commission meeting of September 29th, 2021 to order. Mayor Pro Tem, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
It would be my honor. Please rise if you can. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, you're on. Oh, that thing's on now.
So just as a reminder, everyone, thank you for being here. This is a new format for us as we do a Zoom meeting that's available to the members of the public to join in. So welcome to our Zoom meeting here, and just to ask everyone to please mute yourselves.
I'm trying.
The entirety. For the entirety of the meeting.
Whether I have the line through it or I don't, it says the host muted me.
So for the person who's speaking, thank you for demonstrating that to us. So yes, if you are speaking, the host, and you're not muted, the host, which is the city staff, is going to mute your screen. So please know that we're trying to hold here with 100 participants, maybe more. Just to note that this meeting is also being broadcast on City TV on Channel 17 and also on YouTube for those people who are calling in as well. So City Clerk, if you could please conduct a roll call.
Certainly. Councilmember Woods.
Present.
Councilmember Corse.
Here.
Councilmember Gardner.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Present.
Mayor Holstead.
Here.
Human Rights Commission, Chair Rhonda Hart.
Here.
Vice Chair Donna Shepard. Not present.
She just can't
Hugo.
get muted. She's present.
Oh, thank you. Hugo Loyola.
Present.
Edwin Ramirian.
Present.
David Vignolo.
Present.
Kalina Robles.
Here.
Oliver Cleary.
I'm here.
Thank you. Terry Andretti.
Present.
And Glenn Flood. I do not see Glenn Flood.
He's muted. He's here.
Present.
Hello, sir. All commissioners are present. All council members are present.
Thank you, City Clerk. So just to note a few housekeeping items before we begin the business items for the meeting. One, we know that this is a difficult conversation that we're having here tonight. We know that there are passionate voices and opinions to share, as well as lived experiences that may be difficult for people to share. And so we want to be thoughtful that, one, that everyone stays muted and stays respectful, and that we can call on you and have public comment and have this meeting proceed in the most public way that we can while we are in a pandemic. So just to note, we are all here spotlighted. You can see us as city council members, and you can see that the human rights commissioners are here as well. And thank you to those of you who renamed yourselves to show that you're a commissioner. If commissioners do have public comment to make during the public comment section, and not speaking in their capacity as human rights commissioners, you're able to do that. Please do it in the public comment section of the meeting and say that you're not speaking on behalf of the commission or as a commission member, but in your own personal capacity. And to say upfront for public comment, we know we've received a lot of requests to speak for public comment. The city clerk will go over how that will happen, but we're accommodating public comment by phone as well as on Zoom with the raise hand feature. So for people who've wanted to call into the meeting, they've given their names to the city clerk, and the city clerk has that list. And if you'd like to provide public comment here tonight, you're going to raise your hand on the Zoom feature, and the city clerk will describe how to do that. I'm giving time at the beginning of public comment for people who require special accommodation. So people who might need to go at the beginning of public comment for if they have a disability or if they're seniors or they can't wait the whole meeting like some of us can to sit here for hours to hear all of the public comment. So please be respectful that we will be offering that time at the beginning up front if you're requesting special accommodations. And then we are going to attempt to limit public comment to 4 hours. That would be 2 hours by Zoom and 2 hours by phone. We will have the ability to extend that if necessary, but just holding that we want to hear from everyone. We want to have a public and transparent conversation, hear all voices, but that we do need to do the business of the meeting as well. So with those housekeeping items, I'd like to call the first item, and if I could say one more thing about housekeeping. So you have the full city council here. Many of us are at City Hall. You have the commission members as well. We expect this meeting to last many hours. So please know that if we do go off camera, so we can take a sip of water or something like that, a little bite of food, please know that we are here listening to all public comment. It's just that it is difficult for all of us to sit on Zoom for 4 to 6 to however many hours this will be. So just want to note that for the record and for the public. Please know that we are listening to your public comment very carefully. So with that, I will call the first item, new business items, which is 1A, consideration of Human Rights Commission draft resolution apologizing for the city's role in the actions associated with Section 14, and consideration of Human Rights Commission resolution HRC 21-001, recommending removal of the Frank Bogger Monument from the front of Palm Springs City Hall, and possible direction to city staff. So first, we will ask for a staff report. Then we will ask for Ron DeHart, the chair of the Human Rights Commission, to summarize the Human Rights Commission's recommendations. And then we will have City Council ask any clarifying questions of staff or of Mr. DeHart as the chair of the commission. And then we will move on to the public comment period of the agenda to listen to public comments. And then we will deliberate as a city council on the items that are in front of us. So with that roadmap, thank you all for being here tonight and participating in this conversation. And we will ask for a staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jay Verrata, Director of Community and Economic Development. Council members and Human Rights Commissioners, welcome. On March 8th, after having reviewed and discussing the events that took place in the 1950s and 60s related to the displacement of individuals in Section 14, the Human Rights Commission unanimously approved a draft resolution apologizing for the city government's role in the actions associated with Section 14 for City Council consideration. At a subsequent meeting on April 12th, 2021 and May 5th, 2021, they also discussed the role of former Mayor Frank Bogert during those events and the fact that a monument in his honor is located in front of City Hall. At the May 5th, 2021 meeting, the Human Rights Commission also adopted a resolution to start the process for removing the statue. This joint meeting has been called to allow the Human Rights Commission and City Council to discuss these requests. And at this time, I would like to turn the meeting over to Human Rights Commissioner Chair Ron DeHart to provide more details on this subject.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, for first off scheduling this joint meeting, and special thanks to all the residents who are going to take time and participate in public comment, whether spoken or having submitted in written form. It's an important process, and it's important for everyone to be heard and to appreciate the many viewpoints that exist. Before I do start, related to our mission to promote and protect the diversity of our community and to improve human relations through education and community awareness, the Human Rights Commission acknowledges that the land we live and work on is the original homelands of the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians. The sovereign band of Agua Caliente people have stewarded this land throughout the generations and continue to steward this land for future generations. We honor and respect the many diverse indigenous peoples still connected to this land. Summary of where we've come to this point with the Human Rights Commission. Clearing of Section 14 destroyed homes and property of working class residents, and the harm cannot be denied. Individuals and families who endured forced removals and clearances are still impacted by a legacy of racism, separation, and lack of resources. Before healing can begin for families and descendants of those removed from Section 14, the city must acknowledge the hurt in our history of urban renewal and the impact inflicted on Palm Springs, Black, Indigenous, and people of color. On March 8, 2021, the unanimous support of the Human Rights Commission, commissioners approved a draft apology under consideration tonight. The apology acknowledges that Black, Indigenous, people of color, and other working class residents' homes and property were destroyed by raising of Section 14, and that the city of Palm Springs regrets the tremendous harm caused and mourn the lost sense of community caused by the demolition of this neighborhood. The apology also affirms the City of Palm Springs' commitment to advance racial and social equity, diversity, inclusion, fairness, and to work to address and undo systemic racism and its continuing impacts. Acknowledging the city's role in the destruction of Section 14 is a huge step forward to heal a divided community. On May 5th, 21, with 5 votes approving and 1 dissension, the Human Rights Commission approved a resolution to begin the process of removing the monument in front of City Hall. Many in the Black community opposed the monument when the installation was announced in 1989. And for the last 31 years, residents have told city leaders the monument is an offensive symbol to the Black, Indigenous, people of color community. And it has served as a reminder of oppression and racist actions against their community. In the City Council listening sessions on July 18, 2020, and at the Human Rights Commission meetings this year, residents restated that to them, the monument symbolizes a painful legacy of racism and racial discrimination in our community. The harm caused by the city's actions in raising Section 14 cannot be erased. The monument to many symbolizes the contributions of a founding father, a friend, and a leader of this city. To others, it's not a monument that honors. It's a symbol of systemic racism, and that is a part of our city's history. The community is divided. In front of council tonight, the resolution HRC 21-001. The Human Rights Commission recommends the removal of the Bogart Monument from the front of Palm Springs City Hall. In another location, the monument will continue to pay tribute to Mayor Bogart. The City Hall will once again be the people's house for all residents. Thank you again for organizing this joint meeting and for the entire community participating.
Thank you, Chair DeHart. Thank you for taking up these issues in the Human Rights Commission. And thank you to all of our commission members for their service to the city and for being here tonight. And thank you to our residents and our public who is participating in this conversation. So next, I will open it up to city council members to ask clarifying questions of city staff or Chair DeHart. But I ask that any comments wait until after public comment when council deliberates. So are there questions for city staff or the Human Rights Commission from council members? Seeing none, and we can do that as well after public comments, after we have residents and our public who is participating in. Thank you. So that might happen a few times. Bear with us as we want to make sure everyone's on Zoom, but we do have to mute people. So please do remain muted, and we will mute you if you are not muted. So with that, we will move and open the public comment period of the meeting. So I will ask City Clerk to provide instructions on how the public comment will be conducted. City Clerk?
Thank you. And if Monique, you could spotlight me and Tiffany. As the mayor mentioned, the public comment period will be limited to 4 hours tonight, with the possibility of extending it if necessary. We will begin with members participating via Zoom. After approximately 2 hours, we will proceed with taking comments from those calling in, and any remaining time will be used for additional Zoom comments. Everyone will have up to 2 minutes to provide their comments, and my assistant, Tiffany Bailey, will be monitoring the timer and will raise a yellow sign indicating that you have 15 seconds left. She will follow up with a red sign indicating that your time has elapsed. Due to the number of anticipated speakers, I urge everyone to please respect the time limit. Once your time has elapsed, I will ask you to please finish your sentence. If anyone continues to speak after the timer is over, you will be muted. If anyone intentionally unmutes themselves and interrupts the meeting, you'll be given a warning. After that, you may be removed from the meeting and will not be allowed to return. Please note that you can still observe the meeting by watching channel 17 on Spectrum and live streaming on the city's website and YouTube channel. I appreciate everyone's cooperation in ensuring that everyone has an equal opportunity to be heard in a respectful manner. To begin, I will ask those who desire to speak to please raise your hand. I also ask that you please allow those who need special accommodations a couple of minutes to raise their hands first. If you are joining us via phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand and be added to the speaker queue. Once you are called upon, you can unmute and mute yourself by pressing *6. I will call on the speakers in order as best as I can. And I will begin now. The first speaker is Ben Patrick Johnson, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Holstich and the council for having this hearing tonight. And thank you, Mr. DeHart, for bringing this issue to our attention and pushing for this action. I speak to you as a member of the LGBT community and as a several-decade activist for human rich and for civil rights. And I spent much of my adult life in Los Angeles learning about the Chavez Ravine routing of citizens and displacement to make Dodger Stadium, learning about the West Adams neighborhood being gutted for the 10 freeway to be put in. And recently I find myself a Palm Springs resident, and we have, ironically, this similar issue before us, where in 1962, then Mayor Frank Bogert authorized the removal and burning of homes in Section 14. We live in what is now called a cancel culture, where oftentimes there will be knee-jerk reactions to take something down or remove media because we find it momentarily objectionable. This is not such an instance. This is a stain upon our city. The statute there, as Mr. DeHart spoke of, it diminishes us. It should not be there. There is somewhere else it can go, I'm sure. The former mayor is not without his merits, but he does not represent the Palm Springs of 2021. And the statute should go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, City Clerk. And if I can, because I see a lot of hands raising, we really want to be thoughtful to provide accommodations for anyone needing to go first, people with disabilities, elders in the community who might need this additional time so as not to wait many hours. So I see many hands. Please note that if you can take your hand down, if you don't need to speak first, and then you will raise your hand again. So let's just give a few minutes to be thoughtful of people who might need to go first for special accommodation. So if you don't need that at this time, please do take your hand down and allow those people to go first. Thank you, City Clerk.
Thank you. All right. The next speaker would be Doug Evans. Mr. Evans, you're on mute.
Madam Mayor, I did click. I left the room. Didn't hear all the instructions. If you would like to defer me, I would defer. Otherwise, I'm ready to go.
We'll go ahead and come back to you. We're going to take anybody who needs accommodations first.
Thank you.
Carla, you're on mute.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi.
I can hear you.
Yes, I'd like to speak in favor of keeping the statute. And I think that Frank was, the statute was put in to a human being, not a God. And that he represents a part of our history that wasn't perfect, and that it deserves to stay as it is, and that this history that happened is unfortunate, and systemic racism does exist, yes, but was Frank Bogart responsible for it? No. And that if something needs to be done, maybe there should be monetary damages, and that's one way to handle it. And that besmirching a man's name and that isn't here to defend himself, I don't think is the right way to go. I think it's a beautiful statue. It's a work of art, and it represents a man who was a World War II vet, a family man, a cowboy that came to Palm Springs in 1929, and it deserves to stand. And, that's my view, and it's a slippery slope. And if we start there, if we take down this statue, what's next? Sonny Bono, Lucille Ball, those could be offensive to many people as well. I'm not saying that there isn't merit to what the gentleman stated in that HRC report. I'm not sure if that's correct or not, but there was merit there. But I'm not sure that was Frank's fault. So
Carla, thank you for your comments.
To really take that to heart.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
The next speaker would be Steve Gary.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Yes, I've lived here more than 44 years. As a child in the 1960s, I remember driving by Section 14 and the houses. I remember seeing the families. I remember seeing the kids playing in the yards. I moved here in the 1970s. I was here when Frank Bogart was mayor. I endured the bigotry, the racism, that was a hallmark of this town during his reign. What happened in Section 14 is unthinkable and unacceptable. I implore upon our good council members to vote for the apology and to vote to remove the statue. In the, about 20 years ago, I purchased a home in that area. One night I was walking my dog across a vacant field where homes of Section 14 once stood. And there in the darkness, I could feel under my shoes, I could feel the foundations of the homes. And then I found an entryway and steps leading up to what once was a family home. And it was so sad. It was gut-wrenching and sickening when you think of the family activities that took place and all, and then you juxtapose with that god-awful scene of those homes being torched, people being pulled out in the dead of night with no warning, just because their color and their economic status didn't fit the new Palm Springs. It was disgusting. In my presence, Mayor Frank Bogart used words like coloreds, homos, queers. That was the mayor. Sure, it might have been acceptable at the time.
Mr. Gary, your time is over.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I want to make one quick announcement. For closed captioning, I don't have that turned on here. It's not the best. However, closed captioning professionally is being done if you go to YouTube or to Channel 17. So if you need closed captioning, please know that it is available. And I'll take one more comment from the Zoom, and then I do have a request from an elder for a phone call. The next speaker would be Don Mills.
The HRC report, page 44, basically says that they see Bogert was loved and respected by friends and family, but view our similar beliefs as a false consensus. It goes on to say that they've heard from 3 generations raised in the wake of Section 14 who have a different reality. Racial oppression amplifies their voice. It was an awful time. But many from that same time and place were friends with Bogert. They worked with and supported him. They had a different reality of who Bogert the man was. They knew him as an honorable man and respected him. There are pillars in the community of Desert Highland that supported Frank. Mrs. Cora Crawford is loved by many. If she thought Bogert did not care for her community or was racist, I don't care how many years had gone by, she would not have supported Bogert for mayor in '82. Also, Bogert's friend, Reverend Jeff Rollins. Would Reverend Rollins, as a pastor and shepherd of his flock, be friends with the wolf? In '61, Bogert created a special committee and invited his friend Reverend Rollins to be a part. Even after Bogert was out of office in '68, he went with Reverend Rollins to Washington to continue both their missions to secure housing for residents evicted from Section 14. Bogert worked with Lawrence Crosley, a Black city pioneer and close friend of Bogert. Bogert pushed City Council to relax zoning to help Crosley's development proceed quickly. Bogert said, due to the housing emergency at the present time, we have to lean over backwards. He also said, if someone is going to build a place for these people, it should be good. Charles Jordan was directly hired by Bogert in '61, even when it was unpopular, as the city's first Black employee and resident of Section 14. Jordan served on a special committee created by Bogert to assist Section 14 families with relocation. Bogert loved our city and was an advocate for all its residents, including those evicted from Section 14. Please keep the statue where it belongs. Respectfully submitted, Don Mills, 40-year Palm Springs resident. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I get that person on the line, let's take the next comment. 1 second, I'm sorry. That would be Tristan Milanovic.
Thank you. I'm dealing with COVID, so I'm getting over COVID, so I appreciate you taking my time now. I am, in an effort to save time, I will not read my statement that I previously wrote, but rather I'm touching onto that. And that, I will say, described the longtime friendship between my late father, Richard Milanovic, and Mayor Frank Bogert. And please know that these are my words and my family's, has nothing to, it's totally unrelated from the tribe. I find it ironic that you are basing this decision on righting the wrongs of the past and as a stand against racism. You have heard countless stories about this man and his integrity, about the fact that he was not a racist, not a racist man, but in fact a friend, a husband, a family man, and a champion to different races and ethnicities, specifically a friend and champion to many tribal members. You are debating whether or not to relocate a statue that sits in front of your workplace, in front of Palm Springs City Hall, the same city hall that sits upon stolen land. Why not start with righting the ultimate and original wrong made by this city? The city uses us as pawns in the game of identity politics, but casts us aside when we are of no use and do not fit their political agenda. Have you taken my father's words and name out of the HRC report as my family and I requested? Have you listened to the tribe when it said it did not want to be a part of this fight and asked for deceased members to be left out? You have not. And it is incredibly disgusting and offensive that you continue to use our name and speak on the tribe's behalf. Make no mistake, I love this city. This is my home, the home of my ancestors, and it is my home. But I love it because of the strong people that built it and made it what it is today, because of women like Nellie Kaufman, women like my grandma Laverne, and the women who sat next to her on the first all-women's tribal council. I love it because of my father and his never-ending fight for what is right and what is in the best interest of his people and this town. I love it because
Milanovich, your time is over.
Thank you.
Evernall Black, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments. Would you like to provide your comments now?
Yes.
Okay, you can begin.
Okay. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have been looking at the clippings that's been on television, and they're saying that Frank Bogart worked diligently and tirelessly with people of all colors and of all races, and that's not true. He may have worked tirelessly with other races, but not with the people of color. I believe that if Frank really cared for all of the people, being the head of the city, he would have put forth all efforts to find places to help individuals relocate. My parents lived on the reservation at that time, and I know for certain he did not do anything to help them find a place. My parents got out and went from place to place to place looking for somewhere to live. And I certainly believe that had he been the person that you think that he was, as far as color is concerned, that he would have put forth an effort to be sure that we found locations. Action speaks louder than words. I believe that the statute should be moved. And I simply believe that it should be removed because when we pass by, we don't have to be reminded of what went on in the past. I believe that out of sight, out of mind.
Thank you, Ms. Black, for your comments. Goodbye. I believe we can go to general comments. So if you would like to participate, please raise your hand. And I'm going to go ahead and begin with the gentleman who is shaking his hand from iPhone 805. You can go ahead and begin. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you for taking my call. I want to tell you something about Frank Bogert. I've lived here over 30 years. I am gay, married. I had dinner with Frank and his family 2 to 3 times a month in my home, his home. I rode horses with him. I traveled internationally with him, and I know he was a friend to Jews, women, Blacks, Mexicans, Indian, Asians, and lesbians because they were always around at some place in time during those 30 years. I'm offended and appalled by the city council and especially this Human Rights Council. First of all, his name is not Bogart, as was said earlier by the chairperson. It's Bogert. And thank God for Don Mills, who gets all the history right of how he tried to help these people after they were left. But one thing I want to keep in mind here is that the Indians had a 25-year lease, and could not even make their own decisions until Frank Bogert went in to help them and went to Congress. And it was passed. And in 1959, Dwight Eisenhower signed the bill. So now what are all you people in the city council who are just trying to be Me Too people and join the league of saying, I did something? You're going to take Eisenhower's name off the hospital. You're going to take Lucy and Sonny Bono off the main street. I've lived here through 8 mayors. None of you knew him. None of you know anything about him or his accomplishments. Most of you are Me Too people. As a matter of fact, every one of you were invited to Nahi Bogert's home to meet with the family. And only one person, Lisa Middleton from my district, even went to talk to them and hear the truth and see the truth in that family. You know, it makes me so upset to know that you people represent me, many of you, as a gay person, and you're trying to destroy people's lives. I would venture to say that maybe you should take care of the things you said you were going to do, Miss Mayor, when you were elected.
Your time is over.
2 months, wait, let me finish one.
No, your time is over, sir, and we will be observing the time limit fairly for everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, but you're running for...
The next speaker is going to be Doug Evans.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Doug Evans. I worked for your fine city for 26 years. I got to know Mayor Bogert. I got to know the chairs of the Tribal Council, Viola Ortner, Pete Siva, Richard Milanovich, Ray Potencio, and many other tribal members. All strong people. They are the indigenous people of Palm Springs. They were involved in Section 14 because it was important. Viola talked about
the next
feeding
speaker
children.
is going to be Doug Evans.
Can you hear me?
You can
Thank you.
continue with your comments and we'll mute people as they...
Okay, thank you. I hope I get a little more time. The optics and timing of what you're doing tonight is absolutely horrible. Tribe's getting ready to open its cultural center. The record that the Human Rights Commission put together is absolutely atrocious. It's loaded with errors. It's internally inconsistent. It draws conclusions that don't exist. The Bureau of Indian Affairs has been mismanaging Indian land for decades. Torres Martinez, read the newspaper articles. What's going on out there? No leases. Same conditions as Section 14. Go for a drive. A local tribal member in 2004 finally got paid by the BIA after 27 years of them holding money. Before you call something racially motivated, you have to ask your staff to get the facts right. The city council a while back called the closure of Vaquero, Rodeo, Fiesta, and Punta roads racially motivated. Not true. Ron Oden was on that city council. Dana Hodges was on that city council. They worked with the property owners. They worked with the hoteliers. They worked very hard. Mayor Oden had an opportunity when he was mayor. He laughed and joked with Frank. The statue was still here. Had Mayor Oden wanted that statue moved, something would have happened. Tell the real story and ask the HRC to do their mission and not divide this city. And the office of the mayor has a very powerful tool.
Mr. Evans?
Call the telephone. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Stacy's iPad.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Opposing Section 14's redevelopment is an attack on the Agua Caliente tribe's right to self-sufficiency and to economic prosperity. Unsurprisingly, the Human Rights Commission disregarded the human rights of the Agua Caliente tribe in its report. The tribe's decades-long struggle for self-determinism, sovereignty, and for the right to develop its lands is a core element of the Section 14 story. Yet the HRC willfully ignored this crucial point in order to claim that developing Section 14 was about white privilege. Nothing better describes the Section 14 story, and specifically as it relates to race, better than this passage, You Can't Eat Dirt, from former tribal chair Viola Ortner. This passage stated, for Ortner, the clearing of Section 14 was not about race or class. She didn't want Section 14 residents or anyone else to suffer as a result of the tribe's development plans for Section 14. Over the years, she had watched her ancestral homeland degrade due to onerous laws and government neglect. As a tribal leader, her aim was to turn this around. She addressed the current inhabitants and subpar living standards on Section 14 from the subjective perspective of Indians as minorities seeking the freedom to exercise their rights and create economic opportunities for themselves and their children by preparing for a development project on Indian land that was conceived and executed by Indians. For her, that was the only racial dimension. She has said it didn't matter what color skin the residents had, they could have been purple. The issue was this was our land and we had a right to develop it. If you oppose the legal of Section 14, you oppose tribal human rights, plain and simple. Please honor and support Frank's unwavering commitment to this city and the tribe and leave his statue alone. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be David Weiner. David Weiner.
Sorry about that. Took me a quick second. Let me make sure I don't have any feedback. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Esteemed Mayor, City Council members, and Commissioners, thank you for holding this meeting to discuss the events during the time that Frank Bogert was Mayor of Palm Springs. I'm here to urge you to issue a formal apology for the events that transpired and the relocation of the Bogert statue to another location in our city. Many of the folks on the other side claim that we are trying to erase history or that Bogert is a victim of cancel culture. Nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, we want to elevate the history of Palm Springs in Section 14. These events during his time as mayor resulted in families being evicted, their homes and possessions destroyed, and relocation of residents to the outskirts of town or beyond. Bogert may have done his part in elevating our city with his friends in Los Angeles and Hollywood, but that elevation came at a very real cost to some of our fellow residents. The folks looking to preserve the statue's location have spent tens of thousands of dollars on TV advertising, Facebook and YouTube ads, and now even yard signs. They have appropriated the image and good name of some of the people who were victims of these events to make it appear as if Bogert had the support of the very communities that were targeted. They have issued press releases filled with false allegations and questionable facts. What do we have? Those of us wishing to see the statue move to a more neutral location away from City Hall. We have me and we have you. We have people power and the community of all of us that makes up Palm Springs. This statue should not occupy a place of honor as the only statue of any person in front of our City Hall. I'll finish with the words that concluded the 1968 report by the California Attorney General's office. The city of Palm Springs not only disregarded the residents of Section 14 as property owners, taxpayers, and voters, Palm Springs ignored that the residents of Section 14 were human beings. It's time for this statute to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I want to remind everybody, if you'd like to participate in public comment tonight, please raise your hand. If you look on the bottom ribbon, you should see the button that says reactions, and you can see the option to raise your hand. And if you are joining us via phone, you would push *9 to raise your hand. And the next speaker is Sue.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to support the statue remaining in place of a great man who did great things for this community at a time when maybe a lot of perfect decisions were not made, but without him, we wouldn't be where we are today. I wanted to focus on the problems with the report that is being used as the basis for this very poor decision to remove or request to remove the statue. There are so many problems with this HRC report, in addition to all the falsehoods that are being spread about the man. First, the report is plagiarized. Of the 48 pages in the body of the HRC's report, examples of plagiarism were found on 17 pages. The HRC plagiarizes anecdotal examples, anecdotal, highly subjective statements from other sources and presents these as facts. Secondly, significant portions of the report are copied. They're pasted from an essay written in 2004 by a graduate student at the University, California of Irvine. This graduate student's essay is cited 19 times, by far the most of any source in the report. The essay uses sensationalized language and is opinionated review of Section 14 that wouldn't pass any journalistic standards. The HRC inserts these opinionated sections of the essay verbatim into its own report and attempts to pass these sections off as objective, irrefutable facts. Essentially, the HRC's resolution to remove the statute relies primarily on a college student's opinionated essay and a simplistic assessment of Section 14. Lastly, the HRCs failed to conduct any primary research when drafting the report. They didn't reach out to any members of the Agua Caliente tribe, the Bogert family, Palm Springs Historical Society, or anyone for that matter who could provide an accurate account of Section 14 or refute the report's claims. The report does not claim.
Lou?
Yes.
Your time is over.
Yes.
Thank you. The next speaker is Corinne Griswold.
I just retired from teaching 37 years in Palm Springs Unified. And in the 1980s, I was teaching English as a second language to amnesty students over at Palm Springs High School at night. I brought a group of my class, minorities, who were trying to become U.S. citizens, over to City Hall to see a city council meeting. Mayor Bogert came through, saw us there, invited the whole class of immigrants into his office and welcomed them in Spanish. Later, during the city council meeting, he had my whole class stand up and welcome them to the city of Palm Springs and wish them luck on their attempt to become citizens. So that's my major encounter with Frank Bogert. I also want to point out, maybe it's wrong to have his as the only statue, but I'd like to see what I know about Lawrence Crosley comes from Frank Bogart's book. He has a full page about all his accomplishments. Why not put another statue there honoring Lawrence Crosley, because he was one of the founders of Palm Springs too. And it's in here in Frank's book about all the different things he did, from helping to found the water agency to many, many businesses. So thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Ubaldo.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ubaldo Boido, and I'm calling to share support for the resolution for the city of Palm Springs to apologize to its citizens and the nation for its racist history, specifically citing the Section 14 crimes committed by the PS City Council, including ex-council member and ex-mayor Frank Bogart during the years of 1965 to 1966. The city blatantly destroyed homes and property of Black and brown citizens. I'd also like to say that the audacity of rich and white citizens denying the history is the problem. Your denial of white supremacy maintains its insidious agenda. The elite have wielded their money muscle for too long and need to accept that their actions maintaining the glorification of racist white men in power is wrong, especially those that have destroyed the lives of people of color for profit, for segregation, for blatant racist agendas. Even if you blame Native Americans for this issue, you're still blatantly holding up racist agendas. We no longer need families such as the Autries or iPhone 805, whoever that was, and other wealthy families creating hysteria around change and glorifying blatant tokenism of Black and brown bodies, and whites trying to preserve whitewashed history to make y'all look better. I'd also like to say that a platform like Zoom is a way to assess as a way to assess the citizens of Palm Springs as racist and privileged. Y'all need to wake the fuck up. This city is racist. It will be racist until it acknowledges the fact that it's racist. And y'all need to stop and look at yourselves, because there are not enough brown and Black bodies in this room to tell you how to change. Thank you.
And Ubaldo, I just want to make sure you're Ubaldo Boido. Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Ruth Deborah.
Hey, thank you, City Council and Human Rights Commission for giving us all this time. And it sounds like it's going to be an awful lot of time. I want to speak against keeping this statue in front of City Hall. I really don't care where it goes, just as long as it goes away from City Hall. I'm a white person. As every white person in this room knows, we are part of white supremacy and white dominance. To say that this white man was not a racist was giving lie to every theory of systemic racism that there is. Yes, he was a racist, and he was a known homophobe, and he was a misogynist. We do not need a statute of bigotry in front of our City Hall. And even more important, we need to apologize to the people who were victimized by the destruction of the homes in Section 14. I think that at a future meeting, I would like to see this City Council start discussing reparations to the families that were destroyed. This is really, really important, and I think that it is an obligation of Palm Springs to pay our debts. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Jarvis.
Thank you, City Clerk Mejia, and thank you, Human Rights Commission and Palm Springs City Council for this opportunity. Thank you for not only the opportunity for letting me speak today, but for recognizing that Palm Springs has a history that was not all glitz and glamour, but has done some hindering and hurting. For centuries, minorities have faced numerous injustices, being treated unfair and looked down upon by others in our country and society. All throughout our country over the past few years, we have seen America help to heal people by getting rid of statues. Here we are now in the small city of Palm Springs doing what the rest of America is doing, which is helping people to heal. My family moved to California back in the mid-1900s to find a better place to live and a better way of life. Upon making it to California from the South, my family realized real quick there were racial issues here. But that didn't stop them from becoming great citizens and paving the way. I am not here today to speak shame about anyone or anything, even though my family has felt shame for many years from our city. I am here to speak about how we can make healing work for all. But I do want to speak on behalf of my grandmother, Cora Crawford, who stated in a report given to the Palm Springs Historical Society by way of recording her voice, she said that she would have nightmares of waking up in the middle of the night about her home possibly being destroyed or bulldozed. Now, friends of Bogart used my grandma's picture and words that came from my grandmother without getting my family's consent and said that she worked and supported Bogart. Now, that's a slap in the face to our family, as the stories I recount from my grandmother was not in support, as Bogart was on the council when my family was pushed off Section 14, not given relocation assistance or able to purchase land because they were Black. Not only that, but they were not able to secure a loan because they were Black. Yes, there were other people involved with removal, but they did not have a statue in front of City Hall that reminds me of what happened to my family. Council and HRC, please remove the statue and let's begin to help us heal. Thank you.
Jarvis, thank you. The next speaker is Stephen Dixon.
Thank you for the opportunity to address this group. I feel very mixed right now because of the comments I've heard, and I certainly don't want to sound like a white supremacist, but I do want to say the things that I started to prepare. I feel strongly that the Human Rights Commission and the Palm Springs City Council, though possibly with good intentions, are vilifying the very esteemed former mayor and city council member, who, with the very best intentions and interests of the Agua Caliente tribe and the city of Palm Springs, contributed to the eviction of many people, many Black people and many people of color, from the downtown land known as Section 54. These tenants of the Agua Caliente tribe were asked by both the tribe and the city to vacate their homes in a timely manner in order to allow members of the Agua Caliente to enter into long-term leases, which would generate much greater income for the people of the tribe. Some chose to ignore the order and ultimately lost their homes in a much publicized and photographed eviction process. Frank Bogert was not the initiator of this process, nor was he alone in the decision to carry it out. Frank did a great, and I mean great, deal of good for many people during his long term as mayor of Palm Springs. His memory should not be demeaned by the proposed removal of the handsome statue that adorns the grounds of our city hall. I am very sorry for a lot of the wrong things that have happened over time, but I really feel it's inappropriate to blame Frank Bogart for all of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And as an accommodation, our next speaker is going to be Benita Lynn Crawford. Benita, you have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you can begin now.
Okay. Hi, my name is Benita Lynn Crawford Williams. My parents were Sam and Cora Crawford. They worked hard in this community, and there were, until we broke the barrier, my age level, which is 60, 65, 70, it was no concern, and it still isn't, about what concerns the community, Black community. And I know my dad showed me a lot of places. He drives me around to where the companies he worked for built. My aunts were servants cleaning. And then to hear this Bogart say something about who he represented and what he did, it wasn't us. And I can attest to how people had to move, were forced out, burnt out from the area where they lived. They couldn't even get loans from Palm Springs. I worked at a savings and loan. There was only one Black person in the 70s that got a loan. Everyone, either some of the white people that our relatives worked for, and Mr. Campbell, and then Empire Savings and Loan and Banny. And the people had to get loans from Riverside, LA, other sources. And they're the ones that built this place up. Okay, well, things haven't changed much. There's still a lot of prejudice here. The area where we live is just basically being taken over. And our parents worked very hard.
Ms. Crawford?
It's not fair because they're buying up the homes in the North End and making the rates so high until no one can afford them. So,
Ms. Crawford, your time is over.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
The next speaker will be Mark Temple.
Yeah, hi, Mark Temple, long-term resident here in Palm Springs. I'm in favor of keeping the statue, and I kind of have 3 points to make. One, I knew Frank Bogart socially and professionally for many years, and I found him to have a man of great character and love of all people, regardless of their background, race, gender, sexual orientation, even religion. He just, loved people. The second point is we just have to look to the Desert Sun newspaper, has the weekly article, "Thank you for the memories." I don't know, it's been going 20 years, 10 years. Frank Bogart's probably in every third article. He was here in the 20s and the 30s all the way through. So, obviously he is the memories. And I think third, I want to just say, look at his civil involvement and so many boards, city council, mayor, those were non-paid positions until the mid-1980s. And he probably served civilly in Palm Springs 50 or 60 years. I don't think anybody ever has, or anybody probably ever will, be that involved in a community for all the things trying to do. So I think I think it is appropriate that there is the honor for him, and we hope we keep it. There's definitely issues here that need to get resolved. We have both sides. It's sad to hear all the sides and the arguments and finger pointing, but I just think this one is a little misguided, and I hope that we can heal the city and also save the statue here too, and recognize the man for all that he did. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I do want to remind everybody that if you do need closed captioning, it's available on channel 17 on Spectrum, also on YouTube on the city's channel. You could just look up City of Palm Springs, or live streaming on the city's website. And if you could please raise your hand if you'd like to participate in public comment. Again, go to the bottom of the screen on reactions, click on raise hand, or if you're on the phone, press *9. And the next speaker will be Barbara Betty.
Hey, just so you know, reactions doesn't work. You have to go to participants to raise hands. So if anybody's trying to do reactions, it won't work that way. My name is Barbara Beatty. We came to Palm Springs in 1959, and I grew up respecting and loving Frank Bogart for Desert Circus and everything else that he's done for our city. He's done more for our city than any other mayor in the history of all mayors combined in the history of Palm Springs. And I'm so disappointed with the city council and the HRC that is bringing this forward. You know what? When I was on the HRC, I was told that a former apology was already made to the people that were displaced in Section 14. So I would love somebody to look that up, because we did discuss that when I was on the HRC. This report is riddled with factual inaccuracies, and if anybody on the council will go and look at friendsoffrankbogart.org, you will see facts for themselves. And all of you that are saying most of what you're saying is hearsay, it is not factual. How many of you that are coming against him even knew the man? I think some of this started when Jenny Fote in July of 2620, she went to the Desert Sun with a Valley Voice and reference to this right in the middle of the George Floyd debacle. All of a sudden, she's concerned that Frank Bogart is a problem and that Section 14 is a problem. What I want to say, where was she when the Palm Springs City did a tribute for Frank Bogart? And when Steve Poignet says this is a loving, tremendous personality that represents Palm Springs more successfully than anyone can imagine. She sat next to Poignet when he said that. Jenny, where were you? And why didn't you say anything for all the years that you sat on city council? Why didn't you bring it up then? Why is it so convenient during George Floyd and BLM? This is so political, and I have a strong feeling that you council members have already made up your mind, and this is a waste of time. And I'd love to know how many letters you got from people that said, we want the statue. Thank you.
Thank you. Edmund, you're now the next speaker. Thank you. Edmund Go TV Media, you're the next speaker. And if you unmute yourself, thank you.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that is very significant, Carrie, is that apparently the people that were evicted from the land did not get reparations. One of the things that the city can do to help be more welcoming, the city of Palm Springs, just like the city of Los Angeles, can have an African-American museum and cultural things like Cafe Creole restaurant in the community. We have to do more than just say racism exists. We know it does. And it doesn't just sit on the heels of the former mayor. This is a town that needs to change the culture. This is a valley that needs to change the culture, because a lot of people come from all over the country to the Coachella Valley, to Palm Springs particularly, and they don't feel there's a welcoming mat for them. I recently moved here, and I'd like to be part of the welcoming of all peoples, particularly African Americans, to this great town. We need to do more. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Brene Brown.
Good evening. My name is Renee Brown, and I was born and raised in Palm Springs. I am also the Associate Curator and the Director of Education at the Palm Springs Historical Society, but today I'm speaking as a citizen. I am in favor of preserving the statue of Frank Bogert in front of the City Hall. I also want to take issue with the historical accuracy of the HR report. There is also a rebuttal to that report that I cannot find on the city on the city site at all, which could be a violation of the Brown Act. I'm not sure. The bottom line is, anytime you look back in time in the United States of America, you're going to see racism. People in communities have made decisions based on their own bias and their own biases on racial or class from the inception of this country. It's too bad we can't all understand that we're all the same underneath our skin. To understand the issues involved in Section 14, you have to understand the complexities of all the stakeholders. That was the Department of Interior, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians, individual tribal members who were allotted the different properties, the renters. Nobody was a homeowner there except for the tribe. Somebody used that term. Nobody was a homeowner except for the tribe. I think the bottom line to this whole thing is that Frank Bogert was an honorary mayor, just like you are, Christy. No more power than any of the other city councilmen, and he should not be blamed entirely for this debacle. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Randolph Thabo.
Good evening, and thank you, Palm Springs City Council. My wife and I live in the Desert Highland Gateway Estates neighborhood where families were forced to move after Section 14. I've seen and heard from neighbors and their family members that were and are directly affected by what occurred during Section 14. As the mayor of Palm Springs, this was under Frank Bogert's watch. Frank Bogert's supporters have a hard time accepting that he had any blame or fault in this. It's difficult for his supporters to accept that because the 50s and the 60s were such a good time for them, and perhaps it would taint their memories of those good times. Was Frank Bogert here for the boom times in Palm Springs? Yes, he was. But so was Lawrence Crosley, who doesn't have a statue. Lawrence Crosley barely received a street named after him, and he provided Palm Springs with water through his water company, designed the El Mirador golf course, and designed and built houses, among many other important achievements. I've seen the online sponsored ads for Frank Bogert trying to curry support for him, showing pictures of Frank Bogert with people of color with the hopes of showing how much of a friend he was to the community rings hollow given the events of Section 14. It's time for Palm Springs to face its past and remove the Frank Bogert statue from in front of City Hall and relocate it elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Dottie.
Hi, good evening. I'll try to make it short. I just want to say that I'm in favor of keeping Frank's statue alone, and more importantly, to have people stop disparaging his reputation, especially people who never even knew him. The Section 14 was owned by the tribe, so anybody who built a house on there knew they were building on somebody else's land from the get-go. And as far as people talking about people's skin color being a privilege or not, unless we're all born in a family that has exactly the same when we start. And I determined this in 4th grade. We're all going to have differences. I mean, I went to school with people that were of color that were picked up in chauffeur-driven cars, and I was not, and I had to walk miles across the open desert to get to school from as young as 9 because my mother had to be at work, and the rest of my family are on the East Coast. So, and now I think that Palm Springs is perpetrating their own discrimination with the vaccinated against the unvaccinated. So that's my comment, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tom Kelly, or I'm sorry, Tom.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Kiley, and our family has been here since 1909. They say that to take a measure of a person, you need to walk a mile in their boots. Well, I never walked a mile in Frank Bogert's boots, but I sure rode on horseback on many incredible trails to some magnificent places that most of you have never been to and probably will never ever see again. Obviously, none of you have really tried to get to know the man, not just the man that I know, but the scores of others who are gathered here today and are trying to give you a glimpse of him. You know, you don't know Frank. None of you were here in the 1960s, but we were. You presume that you can read some prejudicial, politically motivated diatribe about the person that the authors didn't even know either, and in your own sanctimonious ways, cast judgment in an attempt to rewrite history. Not only do you not know the truth, you don't want to know the truth. But you don't even, scores of people, unlike you, who knew the man and actually lived here during the times you now question, have repeatedly asked for the opportunity to engage in a meaningful discussion. But you, those of you who we elected to be open and transparent, limit the truth and the truth tellers to a 2-minute public comment in a kangaroo court that really doesn't seek the truth. We, those of you who welcomed you to our community, have sought an opportunity to show you the trails that Frank Bogert rode, to explain to you why you found this community so welcoming and why you moved here. But no, you wouldn't accept our offer to hold a true community forum in which people of all perspectives could share their historical truths.
Tom, your time is over. The next speaker will be Mark Bragg.
Sorry, I was muted. My name is Mark Bragg. I have just recovered from COVID, and if you find me a little short of breath, I think that's the reason. I'm perplexed by the fact that somebody in the council said that your objective is unification. And this is about the most divisive activity I can think of for somebody whose objective is unification. I moved to Palm Springs 30 years ago. Frank was one of the first people I met. And over the next 20 years, he would demonstrate why many people still consider Frank Bogert to be among the finest people we've ever known. Attempts to disparage his legacy are very much like the attacks of Donald Trump, who lies and deceives in attacking anyone who would get in the way of his massive ego. Whoever has used these tactics against the legacy of Frank Bogert deserves to be rejected like Donald Trump. Claiming that Frank left the office of mayor because of a federal investigation, which is said in the report, is a complete lie. Frank left office to care for his wife, who was dying of cancer. That's the truth. I was there. The Trump-like attackers also claim that Frank only helped members of the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians for profit. That's a complete lie. I knew Pete Siva and Richard Milanovich very well. Both of them considered Frank Bogert to be their friend. They knew he would always do the right thing. And it was never, ever for money. The people of Palm Springs should be proud of the legacy of Mayor Frank Bogert. We are ashamed of the efforts of the so-called Human Rights Commission to trash Frank's memory. They belong on the trash heap of history with the lying, cheating, thieving Donald Trump.
Mark?
Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to remind everybody, because we are down to our last person with the raised hand, that if you would like to participate in public comment tonight, please raise your hand. Depending on which version you're on, it may be under reactions and then the button for raise your hand, or it might be under participants and again, raise your hand. After that, we'll do a final call for anybody who can't find that. And then we'll move on to the phone calls.
Thank you, City Clerk, if I can interrupt. Just noting that I just saw, let me find her, Carrie Allen, who is physically raising her hand. So just if you could, as you do the Zoom hands, if you could then provide an opportunity for anyone who might need to physically raise their hand, really raise their hand like we used to. And then we'll go to the phone speakers if you can, please. Thank you.
The next speaker is Leo Imperial.
Thank you. I apologize. My camera is not working. So this is really a different era than the 1960s and the 1970s, the 80s and the 90s. I went to high school in the 1970s in Indiana. My high school had a race riot. I'm actually Asian. I'm not white, but I'll tell you my reaction to that riot was back then. I never asked anybody, any of my black friends, why you were rioting. What was wrong? What were you so angry about? When the Black Lives Movement started, really became a national movement a couple of years ago, I was really touched by the fact that so many white and brown folks, young people, marched with their black brothers, their friends, their teammates. That was different. So it made me think of this, which is, did I know Frank Bogger? No. Do I doubt that he was a good man in many respects? No, I don't doubt that at all. I hear everybody speaking about him, with, in very positive manners. But is it also possible that, he was complicit or maybe even a catalyst for, for Section 14 and the racist actions that took place? Yeah, I would have to say yes as well. So it's a really an unfortunate predicament, that we're in. Like I said, I didn't know the man. I don't doubt that he was good in many ways, but the fact is that, he was mayor and he at a time when there was a lot of pain and anguish when Section 14 happened. Now let me just kind of close by saying this, is that having a statue of yourself removed post-mortem is probably not as painful as having your home razed and being made homeless because of the color of your skin.
Leo, thank you for your comments. And I'm going to go ahead and call on Carrie Allen. Ms. Allen, if you want to unmute yourself, you can provide your comments.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. I'm Carrie Dow Allen, and I have been a citizen of Palm Springs for 58 years. My husband and I were recruited to come to Palm Springs to be taking care of all the departments of therapy at Desert Hospital. 2 years later, my husband joined the Rotary Club of Palm Springs, where he met Frank Bogger. Frank Bogger was a charter member of that club. In that club, there were brothers, Rotarian brothers that were Black, Jewish, brown, white, and that is what Rotary was all about. That's how we became good friends with Frank. And Frank's best friend was Rabbi Joe Hurwitz, Pastor Jeff Rollins, and of the First Baptist Church. Frank was at that church quite often, and he always was there to celebrate with their victories. He introduced me at a luncheon of 500 people as his adopted Chinese daughter. From then on, he called me Ihita. I served 4 years on what was called Human Relations Commission. During those days, I actually had to be investigating. We used to have discrimination complaints filed to our commission, and I had to go and investigate large employers, all sorts of things. And I used to get a little bit rattled in my young age, and Frank encouraged me always, to continue my search to find the truth, to make sure that equality was something that we practiced in Palm Springs. He encouraged me to continue serving Palm Springs. Then I served 7 years on the Planning Commission. During this last year, many untrue stories have been told about Frank Bogger. One woman told the Rotarians that Frank Bogger quit Rotary because he doesn't like women. And when the first woman Rotarian was proposed, that he quit Rotary. This is
Harry?
Yes.
Your time is over.
Oh.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Wow, that was short.
The next speaker will be Amado Salinas Jr., or the second.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members and commissioners of the HRC. As stated, my name is Amado Salinas, a long-term resident of 60 since the early 1960s. I say no to the removal of the statue dedicated to Frank Bogart by the residents of Palm Springs. City Council had a responsibility to fact-check each item the HRC report presented to the Council. To accept the HRC report as written and submitted is a clear indication the City Council is not acting in the best interest of the residents of Palm Springs or the city. City Council has a duty and an obligation to assure all reports that are submitted to be used by City Council should be verified by their staff, and all points stated in the report are factual. The city should strike every lie, every false statement made and unsubstantiated report submitted by the HRC about Frank Bogart. Failure to do so is a failure by the City Council, civic duty, and responsibility of their position, and the promises they made to the residents of Palm Springs. How can we, the people, and the residents of Palm Springs ever trust the City Council members on any issue if they rubber stamp such a faulty HRC report as a true and factual? The City Council has an obligation to the residents of Palm Springs to assure and make corrections to the HRC report. They should leave the statue, and if they truly wish to be of service to the minority community, then go ahead and invest in the Desert Highland Estates area and install the much-needed restrooms at the James O. Jesse Park, which they have been asking for the last 5 years. The community has begged for it. They would benefit in the community, all of the residents of Palm Springs. Furthermore, Councilman Hazard, you should recuse yourself from the vote because you, on your campaign ad, said that you would remove the statue. Mr. Kors, you should also recuse yourself from the vote because you provided information to the HRC committee without verifying the data. So shame on both of you. Shame on the Human Rights Committee. You sold your rights out for political clout. Thank you. I say keep the statue.
The next speaker is Janelle.
Good evening. I would like to thank the Human Rights Commission and City Council for holding this meeting tonight regarding the Frank Bogger statue. However, it is with great sadness and frustration that we are here again to talk about the Frank Bogger statue. The statue that represents a man that didn't show any regards for families who were stripped of their homes, loss of their personal belongings, lost their concept of humanity, and were left with wondering where they would go. My grandmother, Claudia V. Crawford, was a resident of Section 14. There are individuals that stand with friends of Frank Bogger that knew the daily struggles of my granny, who raised 7 kids by herself. Because she cleaned their houses, fed their children, cared for their children, cooked for their families, left her own family to tend to the number of parties that took place in Smoke Tree Ranch, to only witness firsthand seeing my granny sitting at a table separate from those of the family's houses that she cleaned, to seeing my granny not entering through a front door of some of those individual homes, but through a side door or the back door, which I can date back to my high school years, just to keep food on the table for her own children, a roof over their head, and clothes on their back. I have heard a number of people talk openly, knowing that Palm Springs is still displaying systemic racism, and yet we have to jump through hurdles to only discuss and hear about the hurt of many families that resided on Section 14 continuously. No one is disputing your interactions with Frank Bogger, but your interactions in good timing with Frank Bogger are not the interactions of the people that lived on Section 14, and are certainly not those of my granny and many other relatives. The association of the statute represents communities within Palm Springs that are experiencing a lack of generational wealth. The playing field has not been leveled and still isn't. I asked you, what does it cost you personally to relocate the statues to the Frank Bogger Trail or within the Smoke Tree Ranch to start the healing process of the wrongs, or is it simply showing the privilege that you have? And
Janelle, with your time. Thank you. I do want to say thank you to everybody for being very respectful of the time limits and keeping yourself on mute. I do appreciate it. The next speaker is Rick.
Yeah, hi, everybody. My name is Rick Smith, and we moved to Palm Springs in about February of 1959 and finished high school. I guess I must have been pretty prejudiced because I ran around with the Pete Alexanders, the Ray Roberts, the Roy Crawfords, and Willis Edwards, who later on became, I guess, Southern California representative of NNACP. So I don't know. It seemed like we were pretty assimilated. I just know one thing. It just seems like, I'm sorry, but this seems like a kangaroo court. I'm not prepared because as I listen to this, it is a kangaroo court. Decisions have been made without input, without true input and stuff like that. If I had my way, what I would do, I would go back to those 50, 60 years ago, put everybody back in that situation and leave them there and see where we'd be. There wouldn't be any, and James Jesse was one of the guys too. There wouldn't be any James Jesse center out there. There wouldn't be a lot of that stuff. Now, when I hear people complain all that stuff and complain that the things aren't right, go in your neighborhood and clean it up. Those guys, a couple of them that I mentioned, at least 3 of them are dead because of drug abuse. Go in your neighborhood, take care of your own families and stuff like that. As far as the Crawford grandmother, why wasn't family there to help her move someplace? There was plenty of time. And that's misnomer about people lost their homes and their property. They didn't own property. That was already mentioned. But all of that stuff, it's just a shame. Go take care of tonight, or go take care of now. Leave Frank Bogger alone. He did a lot for our city. Listen to the news. Listen to all that stuff. Quit all this HRC stuff of people you haven't even been here. You haven't even been here. You're newcomers. This David Weiner is I'm sorry, but I hear whining. I hear whining and the community activists, go in the neighborhoods and clean it up if you're an activist. That's what I say. Anyway, I'm sorry. This is just real anxiety and perturbing. It's a kangaroo court. I'm sorry, but thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you. Mr. Crawford, Dieter Crawford, you're the next speaker.
That's a hard one to follow up. Good afternoon, council and staff and Human Rights Commission. I want to thank you guys for putting this together. My name is Dieter Crawford. Born and raised in the Desert Highland Gateway Estates neighborhood. My family came to Palm Springs in 1950.
Mr. Crawford, you went to mute.
My family came to Palm Springs in 1953 and settled on Section 14 of the Agua Caliente Indian Reservation. I believe that apologies are long overdue and should have been done years ago. I believe we should relocate the statue to a non-city property. The statue being removed and apologies are just symbolic. I want to see reparations in addition. The city of Palm Springs kept no official records of the persons displaced and the residents destroyed in Section 14, and could offer no evidence of any attempt at determining that each homeowner and resident had been properly served with eviction notices. As a 1968 Attorney General report states, the city of Palm Springs not only disregarded the residents of Section 14 as property owners, taxpayers, and voters, Palm Springs ignored that the residents of Section 14 were human beings. Documented in the report were instances of homes valued from $3,400 to $8,000. Median homes in Palm Springs today are worth $900,000. We lost generational wealth, and not just from our residential homes, but also from our institutions like First Baptist Church, which were first located on Section 14. It's time for reparations for what happened on Section 14. Thanks for your time and consideration.
The next speaker will be, Shadava. Shadava?
It's Sadava. Hi, everyone. Good evening, first and foremost. I'm I'm 30 years old and I don't know very much, but I do know what my grandma has told me. My grandma came here and moved here and lived on Section 14. My grandma, I remember being a little girl and my grandma telling me stories about how they were uncertain of where they were going to go when they got those notices. They had to pick up whatever they could and just move. No one's asking you to get rid of the statute in total. We're just asking you to move it somewhere more appropriate, to move it somewhere more, I would say, better for the community, because it's a slap in the face to me to know that that's there. My grandma went through all the things that she went through. My grandpa basically was here from the time that, you know, hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. I was just saying, you know, I would like to see it moved. I'm not in favor of getting rid of it, but just move it for the better of the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Stephen Moses.
I'm sorry about that. I had trouble unmuting. I'll be very brief. I don't know much of the real facts. I do know that I've heard the report criticized as being factually irrelevant and having various other flaws. I would urge you not to make a final decision until you've had that report properly fact-checked, corrected where appropriate, and then make your decision based on the report and these comments tonight, many of which I find to be very persuasive. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Rashad Crawford.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Rashay Crawford, and I'm in favor of not only moving the Bogger statue from the city of Palm Springs, but removing it altogether. Many have said Frank, the father of Palm Springs, was very instrumental in bringing change and excitement to Palm Springs. I mean, after all, he had the voice in getting the California Angels to come out and train in the desert and championed relocation of minority families. I'm sorry. It is said that Bogger was not a racist, and I'm sure for those who were not affected by his actions, he doesn't seem to be. And honestly, I don't know the man enough to even call him a racist. But what I do know is that he took part in championing the relocation of minority families. Let's talk about this relocation, if we can call it that. Evicting and burning people out of the only home they knew hardly sounds like a champion move to me. But you say he's done so much more than that. Think about it. If I gave you all the accolades and said, but, you don't even focus on the good because the bad is so etched in your mind, that's all you can think about. Imagine the bad not only etched in your mind, but a visible reminder of the hurt and pain someone has caused. It's almost insulting to be having this conversation with a city who prides themselves on inclusiveness, but at the same time is excluding the feelings of so many residents that physically built this city. It's also disheartening to hear various comments of people saying that we should go in the neighborhood and clean it up and that people are dying from drug overdoses when the very man you speak of, James O. Jesse, risked his life saving a child. So where's his statue? My grandmother that you spoke of actually had a home built by her husband because of the hard work and the dedication that he showed to her. So don't discredit what those that were displaced and moved out of Section 14 have done for this family and continue to do for this valley. We're only asking for you to, they're asking you for them to move the statue. I say,
Crawford?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Oren's iPhone.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Yes. Well, my name is Dr. Warren Jackson. I, too, am responding to clean up the neighborhood and also the comments following Janelle Edwards concerning Claudie Crawford. Claudie Crawford was the very first African-American person to purchase a home there. In 1958, she built a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom home from the ground up. And as far as the racism and the bigotry is concerned, she could not secure a loan anywhere in the Coachella Valley. They had to travel all the way to Los Angeles to secure a loan to build that house. And when building the house, the residents in that neighborhood ran the builders off. My grandmother and uncle had to work to get the builders to come back and complete that home. And again, that was her pride and joy. She built that home. She was the beginning of the neighborhood. And in the 80s, she had to come back to the table and fight eminent domain because they wanted to come through there and take the neighborhood that was built. And so I think that should be acknowledged. I think there's some context and some history that needs to be understood so that folks listening in can understand the pain, the hurt, and the reasons why these folks see that statue as a stain on not only the neighborhood, but Palm Springs itself. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker will be Kim Mcnulty.
Thank you very much. I'm actually a resident of Palm Springs, have lived here my whole life. My family have been here since the 1940s, and I'm reading a letter tonight on behalf of my father, Frank Purcell, who served on council in the 60s and 70s and wanted to share his thoughts. So honorable mayors, honorable members of the city council, like you, I had the honor of serving Palm Springs as a councilman and mayor pro tem. It was a long time ago, the late 60s and early 70s. They were growth years. The issues were many, and like you, we did our best to resolve them positively. I understand that consideration is being given to removing Frank Bogert's statue from its place in front of City Hall on the charge that Frank was racist. I can speak to that charge from firsthand experience. As background, I grew up in Palm Springs into a family dedicated to public service. My father had served on the City Council of Indio before years of service on the Palm Springs School Board and the City of Palm Springs Planning Commission. In 1962, I began a business career and soon became involved in community activities, JC's, Rotary, Chamber of Commerce, etc., as well as the City of Palm Springs Planning Commission. I was appointed to fill a vacancy on the council and subsequently elected to a full term, and in the following years, continued participation in various roles. I offered that as background only to show that I was actively engaged during the period of time in question and actively continually engaged with Frank Bogert, and I knew him well. Frank was many things, but Frank was not a racist. He could be direct, wrong, and occasionally bullheaded, but from what I witnessed, he judged people by their character and not the color of their skin. On the council, he made tough decisions as you do, and he tried to do what was best for Palm Springs. And in the process, he earned friends and admirers in every sector of our society. A number of times I accompanied Frank in meetings with citizens of the Highland Gateway community. Frank had many friends in that community whose respect and trust he had earned over the years. From my perspective, for Palm Springs in those years, Frank was a gift, the right man at the right time. He helped put Palm Springs on the map while working to keep it special. As to the statue, each individual viewing a statue interprets its meaning based on their own life experiences rather than what was intended by the creator. Those of us who appreciated Frank's many contributions to our community view it as a handsome reminder of a unique man and a great public service. I hope it stays in place. I'm now 89 and those years of study are long gone, but I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your comments. Pete Carroll, you're the next speaker.
I'm for removing the statute. The Section 14 was an atrocity, and I just don't think honoring somebody that was involved in that is worthwhile. Thank you.
Jody Diaz, you're the next speaker.
Good evening, City Council and members of the Human Rights Commission. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am in favor of moving the Frank Bogert statue somewhere else. I believe that the folks that have suffered and endured the atrocities of Section 14 deserve the respect of that request. And I also believe moving forward, reparations should be given to those families that lost everything at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any more hands raised, so I will ask Sharon. You can go ahead. You're on mute. I'm sorry, Sharon. If you look at the bottom of the ribbon, you should see a button that says mute, unmute. There you go.
My name is Sharon Affelbaum. I'm a 50-year resident of Palm Springs. I still live in the same house my husband Bart and I bought when we moved to this town. He cared for his urology patients. I raised our 2 children. We were active in our community. Bart served on the tram board, coached Little League and soccer, tutored second graders at Agua Caliente School, and I served on the Planning Commission and City Council with Palm Springs, with Frank Bogert in Palm Springs. I was fortunate to serve with a man who nurtured Palm Springs from the time he arrived from Colorado with a string of horses, a camera, and a good instinct about the possibilities for what in the 1920s was a backwater country town. Frank was a one-man chamber of commerce, photographing celebrities, sending back pictures to their hometown newspapers, organizing cowboy rodeos, and popular events like Desert Circus. Frank put Palm Springs on the map. A highlight of our city council days in the 1980s was when we vetoed a proposal by the developer Rothschild to build a golf course in the Indian Canyons. The Indians realized it was not the highest and best use for their treasured lands and were pleased with this veto. Frank was the most honest man I have ever known. He was not always the most polite in his speech, but you forgave him for that because he had so many other good qualities. You looked beyond that. You didn't just look at what was, you look at what was inside, and it was deep and beautiful. And we loved him. Anyone who didn't like him, there's something wrong with them. They didn't look deep into his character.
Sharon, thank you. Shonda, you're the next speaker.
Hello, thank you, beautiful people of Palm Springs. I am so happy that we're able to get together and talk openly about this subject that we need to be talking about even more. But now is the time for our city to turn over a new leaf and become the beautiful, better city that it can be. There's been too many people that have been hurt by this statue being a symbol of oppression. Just earlier this month, I went to go drop off paperwork at City Hall, and the person that was there behind the counter used the statue to make me feel like I did not belong there. And that is just a couple of weeks ago. People in our community in the Desert Highland States neighborhood have told you over and over about how much this has hurt our community. And now is the time for us to all band together and to change our city, to become the city that we truly can become by taking down this oppressive statue and allowing our city to heal, for us to come together as a community and to listen to one another, to make change, and to give people that were displaced, that were misrepresented, a level playing field, an opportunity to help our city. Our city is constantly being oppressed by this statue, which doesn't allow the beauty, the inner beauty of Palm Springs to shine through. There's so many great stories in this community, and this only tells one side. And art is here to tell all sides of all the story. So now is the time for Palm Springs to come together and take the statue down. Thank you.
Thank you, Shonda. The next speaker is Tracy Conrad.
Thank you, City Clerk. I am just wanting to remind the City Council of the invitation from the Palm Springs Historical Society to facilitate a community meeting. Obviously, there's a lot of interest in this subject, and there are still people alive who were born on Section 14, were moved off of Section 14, and could add so much perspective for the entire community to do some healing and learning the facts. And I have, as the president of the Palm Springs Historical Society, reached out to the council on 2 occasions, inviting you to utilize the tremendous resource you have to explore the history fully. And I think that would be an opportunity for healing rather than division. So I call your attention to that. Could be an example for the whole country of a truth and reconciliation style community meeting that could produce something positive. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. If you have just joined us and you'd like to comment and you know how, please raise your hand. And if you don't, please unmute yourself, as I can't see all of the squares, so I don't know if you're waving at me. But please unmute yourself, and I'll take you in order as you do. Toya, you can go ahead and begin.
Hi, I'll keep it brief. My name is Toya Thigpen. I was born and raised in Palm Springs, California. I am in favor of removal of the statute as well as reparations. I am also a descendant of those who were relocated from Section 14. And I'm also a member of the First Baptist Church, where Reverend Rollins was my pastor for the first 15 years of my life. And I will say that I have never seen Mr. Bogart visit as a friend Reverend Rollins during any of our worship services or any of our activities or meetings during that time. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. If there's anybody else who would like to participate, please unmute yourself.
I'm Robin Moore. Been a close friend of Frank Bogart's for well over 35 years and spent a great deal of time with him and know how strongly he felt about Palm Springs. He was very, very instrumental in making Palm Springs an iconic city, not only in the state of California or in the United States, but worldwide. Everything he pretty much did for the city was all for Palm Springs. He was kind of the Will Rogers of our time. I think that the statue represents a big part of our history in becoming the city that it is, and I think it should remain. Thank you.
Last chance for anybody who's still in the room who would like to participate and has not yet participated. Please unmute yourself. Mr. Oden.
Yes, good evening. I really had planned to stay out of this entire discussion. But after seeing the commercial, I just felt it was so disingenuous. I knew Frank Bogart and I considered Frank a friend. I initiated the friendship because as mayor of the city, whoever made any contributions to the city, I wanted to use them as a resource. However, I'm also very much aware of the history of the city in a lot of other respects. And anyone who can sit here and say that Reverend Rollins was a friend and supporter of Frank, that is untrue. It is untrue. And those of you who knew them well, if Reverend Rollins showed up, Frank was probably on his way out the other door. So to use him in a commercial, yeah, they may have worked together on some things in the city, but to portray them as people who genuinely work together, no, that was not the case. It was not the case. All I'm asking for the city council to do and for the Human Rights Commission is to listen. When you hear this much generational pain, it warrants a response. And Rick, I don't care how many gestures you may make, that shows the insensitivity of people who need to really respond and to listen.
Mr.
It is time for the city of Palm Springs to listen to this generational suffering. And now is a time when they can respond and at least alleviate some of that disappointment and pain.
Mayor Oden, I'm sorry, but your time is over.
If I can, City Clerk, because former Mayor Oden it looked like heckled and he responded to someone, if we can just give him that remaining time that was used to respond to that. Thank you. Mr. Oden, if you would like to use that 20 seconds that you responded to that, feel free to continue and finish your comments. Otherwise, we'll continue to the next speaker.
Actually, I've said what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Oden. Before I get to the next hand, which is Jenny Fote, I did see that the Zoom user would like to speak. If you would like to unmute yourself. Zoom user, would you like to participate? Okay, I'm going to move on to Jenny Fote. Jenny Fote, would you like to participate?
Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. Before you start my time, I do feel that everyone that's testified tonight has testified in a really respectful manner. And I really would like you to see if you can block out Rick, because he is so offensive to everyone that has spoken. He's made terrible hand gestures and he's made terrible racist comments. And that's not what's been on this dialogue tonight. So I just wanted to say that, and I apologize to everyone for his racism. I want to thank you, the HRC Commission, for bringing this forward. I do not blame Frank Bogart exclusively for what happened with Section 14. But the important thing here is that Frank Bogart was at the helm when Section 14 families lost all they had. They watched as their houses burned, many of them having no time to go in and get their personal belongings. The big difference is that Frank Bogart is the only person with a statue in front of City Hall. And that's all we're talking about. We're not talking about erasing Frank from our history. He did some really good things in this city, but he was at the helm when some really bad things happened in the city. And I think when you balance that and you look at what happened in Section 14 and the pain that we've heard tonight from the families and descendants of the families, this is not something we can just overlook. Statements about the accuracy of the HRC statement reminds me of the current situation that we have in the national campaign where the election results were all lies. These were not lies. I've spent many years researching this. And there is many quotes in there. If it was lies, then it was the Attorney General's lies. It was the lies of all of the investigators. It was lies from the Desert Sun. So you can't say that. The What we're trying to do tonight, and what I think everyone that's speaking is trying to do, is to just give some closure to some of the families that don't need to come to City Hall. And just in closing, I just want to say that Ms. Beatty, who always has a problem with telling the truth, is the fact that I brought this up when I was on the City Council. So I ask you, please remove the statute. It's too painful for too many people, and you've heard that tonight. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. For anybody who's not yet participated, if you would like to unmute yourself, please do so. Oh, I'm sorry. On the phone, I believe to unmute yourself, you would push *6 and you can begin.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Marjorie Holland. I am a Palm Springs native. My family came to Palm Springs in the early and mid 40s. If anyone deserves a statue, James Jesse would be first on the list because he gave his life saving a young man on a field trip through the city of Palm Springs. And then my dad also, John C. Holland, gave his life at work digging a hole in the center of town in Palm Springs in 1955. All of my brothers and sisters and I were born here in Palm Springs. My brother John Holland rode horses and hung out with Frank Bogert a lot. And he gives Frank his props as far as him being the mayor and doing a good job doing that. I can't say one way or the other. He just happened to be in office when some unfortunate things happened. But I would say remove the statue because it looks like he represents the city, which he does some, and he does some he does not. I'm kind of neutral on that part, but as far as having people move and their houses burned down, that was not cool the way they went about it. They didn't provide any reparation, not reparation, but relocation money for these people to find somewhere else to go. So that part is still painful. And Section 14 was the only place that African Americans could live back in the day. That's how we ended up in Section 14. A lot more needs to be told about this story. I'm currently working on it as a member of the Wellness Committee for the last 7 years. And there's many people still living, but when the lady from Desert Sun asked me about the people most impacted, they're in their 90s, if they're even still alive. They wouldn't be able to comprehend what's going on. There's very few who would be able. I have a friend who said her dad would probably be able to comprehend. But anyway, this is an ongoing situation. It's not going to be solved in one meeting. And in this meeting tonight, we've only scratched the surface. Put the statue somewhere else rather than in a place where it's like he represents the whole city, because he doesn't. But I don't want to speak against him because I didn't know him personally, but my brother did. And John gives him his props.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your time is over. If there's anybody else who would like to participate, please raise your hand or unmute yourself. And if you're on the phone, you can unmute yourself by hitting *6. Kay, did you want to speak?
Yes, I did. Good evening. My name is Kay Fitzgerald. I'm a 51-year resident of Palm Springs, California. I am actually shocked that this effort or movement to remove Frank Bogert's statue in front of City Hall is appalling. The statue has been in place since March of 1990. Yes, if you've done your history, your homework, he was there when the Section 14 misfortune occurred. A lot of people were offended and misplaced. However, to point a finger at this man who did so much for our community in so many ways, going back so many decades, why, at this late date, 31 years later, it's brought up that, oh my gosh, it's painful to see it every time I drive by. It's just awful. It's disgraceful, and it's not a positive symbol of Palm Springs. Well, I'm here to tell you that it is. I've been here for half a century. What would I know? I've followed the Desert Sun religiously for that length of time. I've been active in community, at least listening to community affairs, and you all are wasting your time on a moot point. Don't point a finger at Frank Bogert, and do not disturb history. It's a beautiful remembrance, an honor that he deserves, and it needs to stay exactly where it was placed.
Thank you, Kay. Your time is over. For those who have just joined us, or anybody who has yet to speak, if you'd like to participate, please unmute yourself. If you're on the phone, that would be *6.
And just a reminder to anyone who is on Zoom, you can physically raise your hand and we will look for you. We very much ask that you can raise your hand on the feature, but if you need accommodations, please do that. Just for people following along, we are getting the Zoom speakers right now. Then I'm going to request that we take a break since we've been at this for 2 hours, and we said we would do 2 hours of Zoom public comment and then 2 hours of phone public comment. So for people who contacted the city clerk's office ahead of time to give public comment by calling in, by the city clerk's office contacting them and doing public comment by phone, we will get to you after this break and then go there. So thank you, city clerk. If you could finish up any additional public comments on Zoom before our break.
Certainly. So, and there are a couple people who are getting into the room right now. Okay, so one last call, because I don't see anybody unmuting themselves. If you'd like to participate, please either raise your hand, unmute yourself, or if you're on the phone, hit *6, and that will unmute yourself. Wayne's iPad, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and provide your comments.
Hello, my name is Wayne Gilchrist. I too am a true native of Palm Springs for the last 60 years. I was raised here from birth. Both sides of my family, my grandparents on my mom's side and my grandparents on my dad's side were relocated from Section 14 by the actions of Frank Bogert and the people who supported that initiative. The stories that I've heard them firsthand from my parents who were living in those homes. As it was said, they showed up, the houses were burned, all of their stuff was destroyed, and they had to move. The people who I hear supporting Frank Bogert have never experienced anything of this nature. If you came home to your home and it was destroyed by someone, you'd be pissed and demanding action. The least thing that we can do is relocate this statue. No one, with the exception of a few, is stating that it should be completely destroyed. I think it's pretty insensitive of the people who want to talk about all the positive things that Frank has done and not acknowledge any of the negative things as a result of some of the actions that the city took back in those days. My family, all of them, support relocating the statue. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia, you can go ahead and provide your comments.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
This is Patty Patzner, Soleil Swaim. I grew up in Palm Springs since 1946. That is, for me, 74 years I've lived in Palm Springs. Indian Avenue at the time, as it was called, was a dirt road when we moved here. And the waters of the Spa Hotel ran up and down uncapped. People rode their horses. It was a different time. Frank Bogert had a vision. And that vision was of what Palm Springs could be. But he found himself in the middle of times of terrible prejudice in this area. And I don't blame the people who feel like there was prejudice against them, because there was. It's just that Frank had to deal with it. He had to find a way to put Palm Springs on the map. And the local Indians wanted to make more money for their tribe. As Viola Ortner stated in her book, You Can't Eat Dirt, they realized they had to clear the land in order to allow other buildings to go on there that could be there for longer than 25 years. That was the only way development would come to them. So we have two factions that are fighting. And Frank Bogert represents the era of the real pioneers coming to town. We had horse parades. We had rodeos. It was a cowboy kind of town. That part of Palm Springs is gone completely underground. No one today knows or seems to care where we all came from. I do think,
Patty,
yes.
your time is over.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call. Any last speakers? Please unmute yourself.
I see none, City Clerk.
Great. So, Madam Mayor, I turn it back to you for the break.
Thank you. So if we can, we will take a 10-minute break. So it's currently 7:41. So we will re-adjourn at 7:51 or 7:52. So we will go off camera and then go into recess and come back in 10 minutes. And then we will contact we will contact public commenters by telephone. Thank you.
And we will begin with our first public comment. And then because we do have one person raising their hand from a phone, we'll go to them after that. But let's see. Bernadine Nax, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay, my name is Bernadine Bogdanis. I've lived in Palm Springs since 1978. I've been a resident and property owner in Section 14 for 29 years. Public record shows that in 1966, the California State Attorney General began an investigation of human rights abuses in Palm Springs. Their final published report stated that, and I quote, "The city of Palm Springs not only disregarded the residents of Section 14 as property owners, taxpayers, and voters, Palm Springs ignored that residents of Section 14 were human beings." This was the California State Attorney General's words, not mine. The 2-year investigation showed that homes of Black, Hispanic, and Native Americans were burned to the ground in Section 14. The Smithsonian's National Museum of American Indians wrote a piece that reads that from 1965 to 1966, while Bogger was serving as mayor, 235 buildings belonging to law-abiding, peaceful people were burned to the ground. No amount of yard signs can change that. No number of people saying that Frank was a good old boy can change historical fact. So, are we still a city willing to honor a man with a statue on the steps of City Hall who is indeed responsible for these stains on our city's history? Because the record shows that Mayor Bogger did nothing to prevent the burning of 235 homes belonging to people of color. Are we a city that is so lacking in moral character that we allow ourselves to be influenced by yard signs? Are we so weak in our convictions that we look the other way instead of standing up for what we know is right? It's past time to acknowledge what happened in Section 14. It's time to remove a statue that honors a man responsible for forced segregation, human rights abuses, and cruelty. Removal of the statue will never make amends for what occurred, but it allows us a means of moving forward in rhythm with who we are today in the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. And if I could just note for the people on the Zoom, we do ask that you remain respectful. Like everyone got an opportunity to speak and no one made thumbs down gestures to you. Please do be respectful, knowing that how you're responding on the Zoom is impacting the people who are speaking who can see you. And we want to make sure that everyone has a fair and open opportunity to be heard and isn't discouraged from speaking. So please do not make the down comments or gestures on the Zoom feature, or we will have to remove people if we do see that that's disrupting the meeting or intimidating people from speaking. Thank you.
And the person who has their hand raised, ending with 625, if you unmute yourself by hitting *6. Okay. Last chance, unmute yourself by hitting *6, or I'm going to assume you raise your hand by mistake.
Was that a 2625?
Yes, you can go ahead and provide your comments.
I apologize. I already gave comments. I got disconnected and it would not let me listen. I wasn't trying to speak again, but I was disconnected and I was trying to get back to the meeting and it wouldn't let me hear. So that's why I'm sorry for the commotion. But I already spoke and I just wanted to be able to still hear.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
The next speaker is Robin Rodriguez, and you're live with the council and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
All right, thank you. After listening to so many different views tonight, let me start by saying I'm a 61-year-old, half white, half Hispanic native. I've never been more disappointed in the direction Palm Springs is headed in. It comes across as purely political. It was my understanding that the city was presented with a film that I myself thought was outstanding. After seeing that, you would think it would be clear how many of us here support keeping the statue right where it is and belongs. It would be so much more beneficial to see the city council show more interest and support in being for the whole community that lives here. By keeping the statue exactly where it is harms no one and represents someone who made Palm Springs the place to come. I'll end with this. It would be impressive to see you show support and acknowledge someone who received a statue for what he did for this city and why it was placed in front of City Hall and belongs there. He put Palm Springs on the map and earned that statue. And for those of us who grew up here in Palm Springs, and I've seen many, many changes, some good and bad, and I'm for all the people, white, black, brown, whatever, you need to bring us together. Our country as a whole is divided, and by removing this statue is not going to change the past. And Mr. Bogert, I feel like has been put down tonight by so many people who never even really knew him. So thank you for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you. For those in the Zoom, just know that we have completed public comment for those in the Zoom room. If we have time permitting, we will come back to you. But for now, we are taking calls for those who have registered via phone. Amina Fuller, you're live with the council and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening. I want to say that I believe that Mr. Bogert was probably a pretty decent man and a public servant. However, I disagree with having statues in any city for public servants because public servants are public servants. Whatever they do accomplish while they're public servants, they were elected officials, and I do not agree that any statue should be in any city for a former elected official. So I agree that the statue should be removed. Also, my understanding is when he was mayor, he participated in some form of gentrification, and that should not have happened in the city of Palm Springs. That's about diversity. So I just don't think it's appropriate to have elected officials have statues in cities. It makes for divisiveness, and I think it needs to be removed to remove all divisiveness as it relates to the city of Palm Springs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, we're just getting the next speaker on the line. If you'll just give us 1 moment. Juanita Garner, you're live with the Palm Springs Council and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. My name is Juanita Garner. I am a 55-year resident of Palm Springs. The words in our city hall read, "The people are the city, not one individual is the city." I don't have a suggestion of where the Frank Bogart statue should be placed, but I know it does not belong in front of City Hall. A tree should be planted instead, a tree that grows and changes like our city. I did not know Mr. Frank Bogart personally, but I would like to say something to his supporters. If all the wonderful things you say about Mr. Bogart are true, then you are selling your man short. If Mr. Bogart's efforts were only for the good of the city, then he would be the first to say the statue should be removed in order for our city to heal and move forward. Because a great man would acknowledge the trauma caused to our residents. A great man would put the good of his community before any accolades for himself. A great man would admit he made mistakes. A great man would want to correct his wrongs. The removal of the residents from Section 14 could have and should have been done differently. There is no way to change the past, but we can do better now. So I'm asking City Council and the Human Rights Commissioners to let our minority residents know they may not have mattered then, but they matter now. Please relocate Frank Bogert's statue. Thank you.
Thank you. David Christian, you're live with the Palm Springs Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay. My name is David Christian. I've been living in Palm Springs for 51 years. I'm addressing just one of the many lies in the HRC report, because I knew both of the people involved. The HRC has totally misrepresented Frank Boger's conservatorship of his long friend, Pete Siva. Chairman DeHart claimed that Frank was, quote, found guilty, quote, close quotes, of fee splitting by the Department of the Interior, and that they, quote, ordered all improperly gained fees held in trust for the landowner, close quotes. This is absolutely false and indicative of a lot of the completely untruthful accusations made through the HRC's report and by Mr. DeHart personally. The HRC attempts to falsely accuse Frank of the wrongdoings of other conservators, and in reality, Frank was an ally to the tribe and a defender of their human rights. And Frank never profited from Section 14 clearings. Siva's wife, Bernadine, set the record straight in a recent statement, quote, I've been reading the comments about Frank Bogert and his statue. I believe the statue should not be removed or destroyed. Frank was an honorable and honest man. My late husband, Peter Siva, a tribal member, told me the attorneys, with the help of the Superior Court, were appointing conservators like someone in an orchard, picking Indians like picking fruit from trees. He did not want someone to take his estate. He had known Frank for a number of years, and he asked Frank to do him a favor and take over as conservator to prevent this. Frank said, you don't need a conservator. You're smart. You've got your father and you're capable of managing your own affairs. Finally, Frank said, as a favor to you, I will be your conservator. He really did not want to be associated with the other conservators and never was. The only conservatorship Frank had was my husband, and he was the first to sign off as a conservator, close quotes. Courageously, Frank was the first conservator that criticized the program, even though he was still a conservator. He was quoted as saying the following, I've always been for the Indian, and I've been against the conservators because most of them haven't done anything for the Indian. Frank Bogert was not a racist.
Mr. Christian, thank you. Karen Evans, you're live with the council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening. My name is Karen Evans. Allegations that Frank Bogert discriminated against minorities are baseless and untrue. Those who have labeled him a racist or bigot should take note. Bogert's first wife, Janice, was Jewish. Upon her death, he married Nagy Romero, a Mexican citizen from San Miguel de Allende. He loved and unconditionally supported a gay relative, and later on in his life, counted members of the gay community as some of his closest friends. As mayor in 1984, Bogert declared December as AIDS Awareness Month and was quoted as saying, I think there is a need for everyone to be aware of it. I want to help those guys all I can. He was given the Golden Spur Award by the Mexican Charro Association, the first white man to ever receive the honor. The Palm Springs Mexican colony made him an honorary member, and a quote in the Desert Sun said, Mexicans relate to him like a brother. He knows the history of Mexico better than they do. He has always tried to make them proud of what they are, proud of their culture. He was close with several of the city's Black leaders, including Lawrence Crosley and the Reverend Jeff Rollins. Crosley and Bogert worked together at the El Mirador Hotel, and Reverend Rollins was the first person to console Bogert at his home after the death of his first wife, Janice. He counted numerous tribal members amongst his closest friends, including Richard Milanovich, Pete Siva, and Bernie Siva. Over 800 people of various races, sexual orientations, economic classes, and political parties attended his funeral in 2009. The funeral was held in a Jewish synagogue. This melting pot of funeral goers was a microcosm of the diverse and inclusionary community
Karen?
that Bogert helped build. He was a uniter of people from vastly different backgrounds, and
I'm
because
sorry,
of
Karen,
that,
your
he was
time is
loved by
over and
folks
we will
from all
disconnect
walks of
now.
life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary Gray, you're live with the Palm Springs Council and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Gary Gray. And I'd like to compliment the folks I've seen tonight testifying that have done it with respect and letting everybody have their opinion. That is a breath of fresh air in the world we live in today. Thank you all for that. I lived in Palm Springs in the 70s, 80s, and the 90s and worked with Frank for over 12 years on different conservation land use issues. I always admired his integrity, honesty, and straightforward approach to politics. He always knew where he stood on an issue, and Frank and I did not always agree. That did not matter to Frank, as he was always willing to listen, learn, and change his mind if he believes you had a better solution for the people of Palm Springs. Frank loved the city of Palm Springs. In my experience, he always worked for and in the best interest of the people he represented. I do not know if the quote at the entrance to Palm Springs City Council chambers came from Frank Bogert or not, but I know he lived that philosophy. The people are the city. Please retain Frank's legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren Wolfer, you're live with the Palm Springs Council and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. I'll keep this brief. It's very clear that this statute is offensive to many of our residents, and there is just absolutely no good reason to have something in front of City Hall that alienates this many people. We really need to listen to Black and Brown residents. And Frank Bogert's supporters can continue to enjoy the statue on private property at Smoke Tree Ranch or Bogert Trail. There's no reason that it has to remain in front of City Hall if it discourages people from participating in city government. And I also just have to say that the number of insensitive, mocking, and dismissive comments from white residents this evening just really goes to show how much bigotry still exists in Palm Springs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who served and dedicated.
Susan Smith, you're live with the council and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay. Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm happy that this is taking place. I'm going to talk fast and read what I put together today. I hope that this matter will be come together for a live meeting in a couple of months. The HRC memorandum is so patently flawed, the conclusion so false in this effort to denigrate a human being who served and dedicated 75 years of his life to community, from pioneer dealings in dirt, gravel, sand dunes, wagon with mod cattle from train stations 1927 to creating a real airport here and major convention center. The allegations are absurd and utter nonsense. I have a notebook full of copious references that I will deliver to you. I think you are all simply do not get it. My stepdad knew tribe members from 1945, was well-known, liked, and trusted Indian land conservator. He was a good guy, honest. His name is in the report, which I will include in my long detailed letter to follow. My mother from about 1957 was lead for local Palm Springs business and professional women's organization, of which many Agua Caliente women tribe members attended. I did too. Our real estate company was the most inclusive of the 70s, with Black, Filipino, Hispanic, Jewish, Italian, Romanian refugee, and more. I know 1959 Alachi, every other square mile map, the fact that about 1955 the Alachi list was cut off so that many born after 1955 did not get a piece of the pie. I know about Section 14, having many school friends with who lived there for a while there. I have a testimony from one who explains that her grandparents arrived in 1928, worked in service industry. They are Hispanic, had 2 or 3 houses in the 300 to 400 block of Andreas, which now would be where the casino entrance was located. She reports to me that her grandparents lived there, her parents lived there, and when the neighbor got married, he moved his wife to a larger home. They paid $8,000 in the early 1950s for a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, and that they lived in for a while.
Susan?
And when they had more children, they moved and bought a home off of Ramon by St. Teresa. They rented a subject.
Susan, your time is over. We're going to need to disconnect now.
Elizabeth Monk, and they
I'm
had
sorry, Susan, we're
leases
disconnecting.
in the
Thank you.
mid-1950s.
Brittany Rausch, you're live with the Palm Springs Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello, my name is Brittany. I'm a resident of Palm Springs, and I had the pleasure of knowing Frank Bogger and his amazing family for years. First off, I want to say we very strongly oppose the removing of a statue. Frank was a staple of Palm Springs history and truly brought the sense of community that we continually strive to get back. I would like to provide you with some quotes from several past minority residents of this community. I'm going to start off with Manuel Gonzalez, a Mexican national, that said this at Frank Bogart's funeral. For me, he was a white man, but he understood my culture. Next, I would like to quote Richard Milanovich, an Agua Caliente tribal chairman for 28 years, and also a very close friend to Frank, said this in 2009. What Frank was doing was making everyone understand you don't have to be putting on airs about your station in life or the color of your skin. What matters is what's in your heart. And he was absolutely right. The next quote I have, Eileen Miguel, another Agua Caliente tribal chair, stated this in 1962. Our appreciation goes to Mayor Frank Bogart of Palm Springs, who has consistently demonstrated that he had both the interests of the Indian people and the city of Palm Springs at heart, and who has time and time again expended commendable effort in helping find a solution for some of our problems. My last quote is from Pascal Quiros, the first ever Mexican-American born in Palm Springs. He was quoted with saying that Frank Bogart did a lot for the Mexican people. That is all I have to say. Thank you guys so much for your time and for listening.
Thank you. Mara Gladstone, you're live with the council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. I'm an arts professional, former curator of the Palm Springs Art Museum, and a former public arts commissioner. I'm also a person of color who lives in a multiracial household and has lived in Palm Springs for a decade. Several years ago, the Public Arts Commission put forward a recommendation to relocate the Frank Bogart sculpture in order to make space for new art and new stories. We were unable to move forward without City Council weighing in on the subject, so thank you to the Human Rights Commission for bringing this issue forward again. It's important to remember that the sculpture is part of an art collection owned by the city. It doesn't have to be installed in perpetuity, nor does it mean that the gift giver or the artist has the right to dictate where and when the work can be displayed. Like in all collections, objects can be moved, removed, and deaccessioned. Public art programs in cities throughout this country have shown that art in public places can and should change. When a public sculpture is erected, the objects reflect a community at a certain moment in time. Public sculptures aren't passive objects. They are active, they symbolize power, and they affirm a master narrative. Monuments and memorials aren't memories, they have motives. They are historical, they are not history itself. And history is fluid. Important stories from our past are constantly being recovered while new ones are being made. It is clear that some histories, especially those of non-white settler communities in this region, such as Filipinos, Mexicans, and African Americans, tend to be commemorated inadequately if they are commemorated at all. It is essential that the Council support citizen efforts to make space for these stories. The people and communities that support relocating the sculpture are diverse, but they do not have the deep pockets to plaster the city with ads on lawns, TV, or the internet. I would hope the Council seeks to represent the spirit of Palm Springs in the 21st century, one that is diverse, empathetic to, and representative of underrepresented voices that have built this region and continue to make our community thrive. It is hopeful that this challenging conversation is happening.
Mara?
The next step is for City Council to stand behind your commitment last year
Mara,
to
your time
address
is
the
over.
concerns of the disenfranchised in our community and take action.
We're going to
Statute has
disconnect
spent
now.
30
Thank
years
you.
in front of City Hall.
Lex Ortega, you're live with the Palm Springs Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thanks. I was born and raised in Palm Springs. I work in Palm Springs. I am a renter in Section 14, and I am in full support of moving the statue of Mayor Bogert. Proponents of the mayor will have us believe that he didn't unilaterally have power to stop the razing and destructions of homes on Section 14, and yet simultaneously he is somehow the primary person for success of the city's modernization and development, and even some of the tribe's own legal wins have been attributed to him if you read a recent Palm Springs Life article. How ironic is it that our city hall, emblazoned with the phrase, "the people are the city," has just yards away a statue to honor one individual, one white, cisgender, straight, wealthy man as part of the ruling elite, an antithesis embodied if I've ever seen one. The truth is, the story of this beautiful place is more than just one person. How we all have come to be here in Palm Springs includes all of us. It includes Mother Earth, the land, the original stewards of this land, the Cahuilla people, the poor folks of all colors, in particular, the working class, Black, Mexican, Filipino, Chinese folks who labored on the roads, railroads, homes, and hotels of what we now get to benefit from. The only lasting truth is change. If we aren't changing as a city, if our values, who we honor, and the behavior we accept from people doesn't change, then we all might as well be dead. Mayor Bogert, his friends and family, thanks for your contributions to this place, but you do not own this city or our values. Your history is one of many. Your stories are some of the loudest we've heard and held collectively for years, decades even. Let's make more room for more stories, in particular, the stories that the media, the folks in power, and the folks with privilege rarely hear, the ones of the people without the same level of power, access, wealth, and celebrity. Move the statue. Let's be thoughtful of who we want to represent our city moving forward. Let's be mindful of putting people up on pedestals, literally, and remind ourselves that it will take all of us to create a more equitable, racially and economically just society in everything that we do. Move the statue, apologize to the families displaced, give them reparations, support our Black community and neighbors now. If you care about this place and the people who come after us more than you can.
Jenny Gill, you're live with the Palm Springs Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council, for holding this joint meeting with the Human Rights Commission of Palm Springs. I live in Cathedral City. I've been working in Palm Springs for 4 years as the executive director of Desert X. I am speaking today as a private citizen and someone who has worked for 20 years in public art as a means to advance dialogue, social justice, and effect change in our communities. I am deeply concerned about the presence in front of City Hall of a monument that glorifies a public figure that led a racist and shameful chapter of our recent history.
Since the 1960s, cities in the United States have gone through decommissioning processes of monuments and memorials glorifying people who perpetrated crimes, slavery, or attempted secession. This review process of our legacies and injustices is not new. It is part of a democratic evolution in a society welcoming dialogue and questions like, does the statue still need to be here? Tonight, the city of Palm Springs is considering an apology for their role in the destruction of Section 14. I support this overdue apology and the need to review the relevance of this public monument representing this chapter in our history. There is no official record of persons displaced and residences destroyed in Section 14. Yet, there is an official monument, a record, celebrating the figure of the mayor who led the city at the time that these crimes were perpetrated. It is time to be better, and it is time to review the relevance of this monument and allow for new monuments that will tell the stories rendered invisible by the statue of Frank Bogert on his horse. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cynthia Sessions, you're live with the Palm Springs Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening. I was born and raised in Palm Springs, which I lived on Section 14. My family, as well as other families, were displaced. Some family homes were burned down. Blacks wasn't allowed to live anywhere in Palm Springs, nor were they able to purchase a home, which caused a hardship to many families. Mayor Bogert did nothing to prevent it. He could have done many things to make it right, but the choice was to burn it down. This is not about canceling Bogert. It's about remembering what happened, which was harmful to some people. Until you have walked in the shoes of someone that have lived on Section 14, you may never understand the hurt of and the trust of Section 14. If someone feels they were impacted by something Bogert did, yes, this statue should be removed to another location. Yes, I am in favor of removing this statue, and thank you.
Thank you. Alexander?
Yes.
Could you reduce the volume in the background? Thank you. Alexander Sine, you're live with the Palm Springs Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi. I just wanted to say that I disagree with removal of the statue. I believe that trying to remove it is not a really good way to do public history. I think that if we feel it's challenging, that we should address it rather than just erase our history. I also think that it's a good suggestion that people have made that maybe a statue shouldn't be the only one there. There's a lot of people in our history of our city to put forward, and maybe they also deserve a spotlight as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, it's just going to be 1 minute while we get the next speaker in the queue. Thank you. Kathy Wormick, you're live with the Palm Springs Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Honorable members of the council, my name's Kathy Wormick. I'm calling in tonight to ask you to remove the statue from the front of City Hall. What was really clearest in my decision was reading the 1968 California Attorney General's report. and the way in which the city conducted the removal, which was honestly inhumane. I don't know Mayor Bogart. I have no reason to disparage him or the war memories that his friends have, but the real truth is that no one who participated in that removal of minority residents from the city deserves a place of honor in front of City Hall. What I do think, I'm also not in favor of erasing history. So I think if the statue is moved, it should be included with a plaque that explains the history and explains both what he did that was good and Section 14. I think we would be remiss to place it someplace else without a really thorough explanation of what happened. Perhaps the Smithsonian or other institutions can help us craft that plaque or whatever is needed to explain our history. Thank you so much for letting me talk.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, again, we're just getting the next speaker in the line. Thank you. David Jacks Kelly, you're live at the Palm Springs Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi, this is David Jacks Kelly. I'm thankful for the City Council and Mayor to have this hearing tonight. I want to especially commend the Human Rights Commission and its chair, Rhonda Hart, for this very enlightening report that was issued. I am definitely in support of removal of the statue from the front of City Hall. And I have been somebody who has been coming to the city since I was a New York resident 30 years ago, and have been a resident for the last 7 years. And I started, I was really interested in the history of Lawrence Crossley, and I started doing some research and then found out about Section 14. And I was horrified. I never thought that this city was ever part of any kind of thing like that. There's more to that history. It's not just Section 14. There's dream homes. There's all kinds of things that have happened in the city that still needs to be revealed and to be explained. And I think that this is a great step towards doing that. And I really do commend the Human Rights Commission Council to doing that. And thank you.
Thank you. Brian Johnson, you're live with the Palm Springs Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
I'm speaking tonight to honor the memory and truth. First, I want to express disappointment with those in City Council, fellow citizens of Palm Springs, who have decided to forsake the truth of a good man to accomplish a political. While I do not mean to stray too far from the subject, I want to make my opinion clear. I have no issue with statues being taken down. They are not someone with the honor and values we stand for. As a quick example, I have no issue with taking statues of Christopher Columbus. Agree or disagree, you are entitled to your opinion, but the facts and legacy of Columbus have been skewed for many years to hide the truth of the man. He ran a child sex slave trade. He enslaved local natives to mine gold. If they did not meet their gold quotas, their hands were cut off and hung around their neck. If you do not know these facts, it is not your fault, but those who wrote many of the history books we have in schools and social stigma to keep Columbus alive. But the history books lied. Now you are lying about Frank Bogert. You call him a racist, but he himself was an immigrant from Argentina. His second wife was Mexican, and he personally hired the first Black employee of the city in 1961, Charles Jordan, who, for the record, lived in Section 14. You say he was anti-Semitic, but his first wife was Jewish. I am also Jewish, and I have many fond memories of Frank. One of which is being at his house and him showing me the suit he picked out for my bar mitzvah. And I quote, his goal to live old enough to see it. Sadly, he didn't. You say Section 14 was the doings of a racist old man, yet Section 14 was and is Indian land. I ask you, should Frank have refused to help the tribe make a choice about what was to happen on their own land? Frank Bogert should be honored and memorialized for the great man he was. Nothing more, nothing less than the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Manuel Gonzalez, you're live with the Palm Springs Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Yes, sir. My name is Manuel Gonzalez, and I am a longtime friend of Frank Bogert. I knew of Frank Bogert. I'm 60 years old right now, and I knew of Frank Bogert when I was 7 years old. But I didn't really get to meet Frank till I was at the age of 30. I was working in the area of Palm Springs, and I knew of Frank Bogert from my dad. My dad always talked very highly of Frank, and I knew that he was a good horseman, and I always wanted to meet him. And one day I was working in Palm Springs, and I went to the phone book, and I looked up his name in the yellow pages, and I called him up. And he answered, and not knowing who I was, I told him that I was a big fan of his from, what he had done for the city of Palm Springs and the horseman that he was. And I called him, and I talked to him for a few minutes. And after talking to him for 5 minutes, he said, well, why don't you come over and visit me? So I came over and visited me, him not knowing who I was. He invited me to his home. But that's the kind of man that Frank was. He was just a simple man. He didn't even ask, who I was or what. He just invited me to his home, and I was so gracious. And then from that point on, we just became best of friends. And every time I go through Palm Springs, I think of Frank Bogert. Frank Bogert was a big icon in Palm Springs, and to my belief and my opinion, I think Palm Springs is Palm Springs because of Frank Bogert. He was in my lifetime. I will never know a man like Frank. I was very honored to know him. And
thank you for your comments. Your time is over.
Thank you.
Thanks. Frank Tyson, you're live with the Palm Springs Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay. First of all, obviously, the way this was handled was awful. There's no question about that. I was just as upset about what's happening in Kabul, which is also badly handled. But I think the whole situation is much more complicated than people make it to be. Basically, it ties in with the fact that the tribe was trying to get out of poverty, and they had only been able to lease their lands for 5 years up to that point, and it became 25, and it also became 99, and there was a women's council that was very active in putting it all together and going to Washington and so on, and Frank Bogert helped him out to do this, so that he certainly wasn't racist when it came to the tribe. And also, actually, a lot of the people who lived on the land were tribal people. I mean, even Viola Orta, who was the chairwoman, grew up there, and her father had a little business there. So, it wasn't all that simple. But and let's not forget that the tribe is basically owns half the land in Palm Springs. So there really were two levels of government involved, but the tribal council and the city council. So I hate to see just everything come on the head of Frank Bogert. Now, the thing is that since the only people who really benefited from from that was the tribe. And maybe it might not be a bad idea to approach the tribe and when it comes to reparations, get some of the casino money used for that. That's what I'm concerned about. Seeing as emotional and how divided the community is about this, I hate to see the decision made by either a commission or the council. I think, frankly,
Frank, your time is over. We're going to disconnect now. Thank you.
Pardon me?
We're going to disconnect now. Your time is over.
Okay. One more thing. I think
no, sir, we're done. Thank you. Bobby Gray, you're live with the Palm Springs Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Yes, this is Bobby Gray. I am a member of the Friend of Frank Bogger, and I would like to take offense with the HRC claim that Frank demonstrated no effort to address the harms caused by the eviction in Section 14, which is the basis for removing of the statute. Specifically, Frank took many actions to address the harms caused by the evictions. He held off city coordinated relocations and evictions for 6 years after becoming mayor, despite pressure from others in the community. The Desert Sun reported that he worked tirelessly to seek low-cost housing for displaced residents. He secured FHA housing certificates which provided relocation grants for financing for displaced residents. He pushed for several privately funded low-cost housing projects, including that of Lawrence Crosby, a black pioneer of the community and a close friend of his. He delayed evictions for 6 months in 1961 to allow 430 families to find housing. He created multiracial citizens committees consisting of members from the black community to assist with relocation efforts, to communicate the city and tribe relocation plans with those residents. He enacted a bond program in 1961 to purchase the land that would partially be used for low-cost housing for evicted residents. He ensured that the city complied with all local, state, and federal regulations. Therefore, I say let's keep the statute. He was an honorable member of the community of Palm Springs. He worked very tirelessly on behalf of the residents of Section 14, all while doing the job as mayor of Palm Springs that he was elected to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, we're calling our last few speakers. If you'll just give us 1 more second. Madam Mayor, we've attempted to reach everybody that was registered. Susan Joyko or Jacoy, we've tried to reach her 3 times. We've gone to voicemail each time. Vincent Phillips, we've also tried to reach 3 times. Peter Harris and Alejandro Hernandez. Therefore, we'll go ahead and close a public comment via phone.
Thank you, City Clerk. Thank you for your work contacting everyone on the list and who wanted to speak. We really appreciate your hard work leading us through this and calling on everyone. So we are almost at 3.5 hours, 4 hours of this meeting. We said that that's the time that we would dedicate to public comment. I know that new people might have joined us on Zoom, so no one is able to speak twice. But if you have recently joined on Zoom or you would like to give public comment and you are in the Zoom meeting, this is your last opportunity to raise your hand on the Zoom feature. If you're on phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand, or you can physically raise your hand if you need help to speak. So I just want to give one last opportunity. This is the meeting where council is hearing from the community and discussing these issues. We chose to have a Zoom meeting, unlike all of our other council members' meetings. So it would be more like meeting in person, because the council did think that this was important to see people who wanted to be here. So just for the comments that this is a kangaroo court, this is the public meeting where we're having a transparent and fair process where people can be heard. So in that vein, I would like to give anyone else who's on Zoom the opportunity to be heard. I see that CJ will be next. So City Clerk, if you could go through any final speakers on the Zoom meeting, please.
Yes. And Madam Mayor, before we get to CJ, just because we do have, we were able to reach Susan J. Coy on the phone. Susan, you're live at the Palm Springs Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Thank you very much for calling. I wanted to provide a few quotes from an article written last week by Palm Springs Life magazine. It is a fair and impartial profile of Bogert and highlights the good and the bad of this city pioneer. This was written by a writer who never knew Bogert and interviewed people on both sides of the statute debate. Here are a few quotes from the article. Ask 10 people what Bogert's biggest accomplishment was, and you'll get 15 different answers. Aside from welcoming every U.S. president from Harry Truman to Gerald Ford to the desert, he worked hand in hand with Washington, D.C., Sacramento, the Uncle Caliente Tribal Council, the City Council, the Mexican Colony, the African-American leaders, Lawrence Crosley and the Reverend Jeff Rollins, and the Jewish community's Rabbi Joe Hurwitz, to transform Palm Springs from a village to a world-class city. He forged lifelong friendships with tribal council leaders, Viola Ortner and Richard Milanovich, as well as fellow El Mirador workers, Lawrence Crosley, Palm Springs' first Black resident, and Tony Prieto, a member of the Mexican colony, which made him an honorary member. The unfiltered Bogert was a viable scapegoat, despite the fact that he had no power to act unilaterally, especially when it came to the tribe's sovereign land. Ortner may have summarized it best. It didn't matter what color skin the resident had. The issue was, this is our land and we have a right to develop it. A change.org petition has garnered more than 2,900 signatures, short of its 5,000 signature goal. David Weiner, who drafted the provocatively worded petition that he himself admits evoked a certain response. Important to note in that last quote, Mr. Weiners admits he purposely sensationalized his petition to evoke a certain response. Not only is the language in the petition inflammatory, there are many lies in it as well. Please read the profile on Bogert. This is a man whose legacy the Human Rights Commission and this city council are now choosing to tarnish. Thank you very much.
Goodbye. CJ, if you would like to go ahead and provide your comments. CJ? CJ? All right. Again, as the mayor mentioned, if you have recently joined us, please unmute yourself, raise your hand, somehow get onto the screen and provide your comments before we go ahead and close public comment completely, provided that you have not already spoken.
Hello?
Yeah.
CJ Nelson waving his hand.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, please go ahead and provide your comments.
Yes, thank you so much. A little late joining in tonight, but from what I heard, it was very encouraging. And thank you all for spending 4 hours of your time listening to this. You're probably all familiar with this book, Palm Springs First 100 Years, written by Frank Bogert. I'm a lifelong resident of Palm Springs. I was born and raised here, and my mother designed that book for the Palm Springs Public Library and the Palm Springs Historical Society. And Frank came over to our house in 2003 and worked hand in hand with my mom, designing and putting all that book together and bringing over all of his notes and the old edition of the book from the 80s. And they worked together to update it. So she introduced me to him, and that's when I met Frank when I was a junior in high school. And she told him right off the bat that I was gay, and he didn't seem to care. It didn't bother him at all. So we knew Frank, and he was a wonderful, nice man. He was very warm, loving, down to earth. And I, for one, believe that the statute should remain where it is because no man did more for Palm Springs than Frank Bogert. No man put his heart into the city. No man put his soul into the city. And no man put the place on the map more than Frank. So thanks for your time, and good luck with your decision tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. CJ. CJ, can you hear us?
CJ, please go ahead if you'd like to give public comment. Your video is freezing, so you could turn off your video and just give audio commentary, and you might have a better feed. Go ahead.
CJ? All right, so CJ, I put you on mute. If you could call City Hall, our phone number is 760-323-8204. We should be able to get a better connection and have you speak over the line, but we cannot hear you. I'm sorry, CJ, we can't hear you. Okay.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to provide public comment at this time? Please raise your hand on Zoom, press *9 if you're on the phone, physically raise your hand in real life, and we will call on you. So seeing none, we gave instructions to CJ to call the city clerk and call City Hall if they're able to. So we will take that comment if it comes in. Otherwise, seeing no public comment and giving ample time for people to raise their hand or be called on, we will go ahead and close public comment. Thank you very much to everyone for participating, for speaking today, for calling in, for being on this Zoom meeting. We very much appreciate your involvement and dedication to the city. In addition to the public comments we just heard for nearly 3.5 hours, we also have this is the public comment that we received. Some of these are books that have been copied or large attachments. But I just want to note for the record that we also have received your public comments by email and through the city clerk's office, and we have read those and considered them. So with that, I want to open up the floor to council member questions or comments. And if I can, before I do that, if I could ask the city attorney just 1 or 2 questions, just as an opportunity to make sure that we have a clear record for the public. We care about public transparency and ethics very much. And we want to make sure that people understand that some of the information that they heard may have not been correct. So city attorney, just could you clarify the process that the city has followed in considering these resolutions that are here tonight?
Yes, certainly, Mayor. That's a very fair question. So there has been considerable consideration of the resolution that is before both the HRC, the resolution at 2 meetings, at least 2 meetings, and they made the recommendation to the City Council, and that's before you tonight. This is a publicly noticed City Council meeting that is in compliance with the Brown Act. The materials have been available to the public well in advance of the Brown Act 72-hour minimum requirement. And I should point out, there's been some discussion. I think there might be a misunderstanding among some that that there could be a vote tonight that would result in the immediate removal of the statute. I want to make clear to the public that without presupposing where the council is going with this, obviously, any vote by the council would merely be a vote to start a process for removing the statute. And the reason I say that is because removing a statue that is located on a historic site, such as the City Hall, it would require several steps, including bringing it to the city's Historic Site Preservation Board, which would have to issue a certificate of appropriateness. They would have to analyze that. And so I don't want the public to believe that any vote by the council tonight would result in the immediate removal of the statute. It's simply a process. I'm certainly available to answer any specific questions.
Thank you, City Attorney. And since it's your job to represent the city and make sure that the city follows the Brown Act and other public transparency laws, can you I heard that people commented a decision had been made by City Council. So can you confirm what's in front of the City Council tonight and the Human Rights Commission in this joint meeting?
Certainly, there has not been any pre-committal by the City Council as to a decision on this. The City Council takes its obligations under the Brown Act very seriously, and as I mentioned, goes above and beyond the minimum requirements of the law and provides additional notice. The City Council has indicated that it remains willing to listen to all of the information, as it has demonstrated by listening to many hours of public comment. So there is no decision that has already been made about this by the council.
Thank you. And then a public comment just alleged that there might be conflicts, that some city council members might have conflicts and be unable to vote or give direction on any of these issues. So can you confirm your understanding if any council members have conflicts?
Yes, I heard that, and I've seen some correspondence in a press release that suggests that some of the officials are precluded from considering or voting on this because of prior positions that they may have taken on this specific issue. This is not the type of issue that council members or commissioners are precluded from taking a position on individually, such that they would have to recuse themselves at this meeting. So council members and commissioners can hold positions on the items that are before you tonight, and bring those positions to the dais for consideration tonight. There's nothing improper about that.
Thank you very much. Do any council members or Human Rights Commission members have any questions for the city attorney or city staff before we move to deliberate? Councilmember Kors.
Thank you, Mayor Holstich. For the city attorney, and someone had asked me this previously, have we adopted the Human Rights Commission's report, 1, and 2, or are we being asked to adopt their report as a city council?
The council has not adopted the report of the HRC. The report has been provided to the city council, and should the council wish to adopt it, that is one option that is available to the council at tonight's meeting. But no, the council has not previously adopted it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for the city attorney? Thank you. I just want to clear that up. Thank you to the city attorney for representing the city in these matters and making sure we follow all the Brown Act and other rules. I just take some of those allegations in public comment personally because we very much do care about transparency. We have 3 attorneys on this council as well. And so we very much care about following those rules. And I just want to clarify that people listening in understand what has transpired. Okay, so opening it up to council members or members who would like to make comments. Council Member Garner.
Hi, everyone. I want to thank everyone very much for participating in this process, for providing us with your insight and your stories. It is incredibly valuable for me, and I think for the entire City Council, to hear from all of you. I think what's clear is that there were people that were wronged in this situation. And there were also a lot of friends and family that loved Frank Bogert dearly. And that will never go away, regardless of a decision made by the city council. There's been a lot of discussion about the land itself. This is native land, all of it. All of it belongs to the tribe, really. And I think that the lease extension was a very good thing. It helps to allow the tribe to create better economic prospects for themselves and has allowed for the city to thrive as well in that process. That doesn't negate that there was a mismanaged process in removing people from the land. You can have both. This is not something that has to be either or. It was a difficult situation. I think there was a person who mentioned that this was a situation that happened that was started before Mr. Bogert became mayor, and then he was part of the process of realizing the situation, which he delayed for a long time. And I have no doubt that it's difficult because as I've sat on the city council for the last couple of years, there's been lots of decisions that have been extremely difficult for me to make. Thank goodness there have been no decisions as tough as that one. That said, there is a right way to do things, right? When you're removing people from land, when that's the only land that they have been able to settle on because of racist restrictions in the city and in our state and in our country, you have to take that into consideration. You cannot simply say, move along when there is nowhere to move along to. You have to be able to provide a remedy. For me, this is not about Mr. Bogert. I'm not here to debate who he is as a person, because no, I did not know him personally. And there's probably a lot of reasons for why I didn't know him, even though I grew up here. I think we ran in very different circles. My family ran in very different circles. But what I know is that the city hall does belong to the people. It does say on our city hall, the people are the city. And I don't think that any one person deserves to be highlighted in front of any city hall. It is a place for the people. And all of us here on this Zoom and all of you watching this process, all of us have people who could talk endlessly about how much they love us. And we could also have another half of people talking about how much they dislike us. And believe me, we, at least for the council members, we've all received those emails. So again, I don't want my likeness in front of a city hall. I don't want anyone's likeness in front of the city hall, because it is for the people, for all of us, a place for all of us to go, to feel welcome, and to have freedom of expression. This is a symbol that has caused some disruption. I don't quite know how we got it to this big of a discussion, but I think it is pushing us to really think about what it is that we want for our city, what it is that we are looking for the future, who it is that we want to represent. I heard one commenter state that we should make room for more stories. And I did hear that echoed by a few people. And I love that. And I think one way that we can make room for that is by acknowledging our past wrongs. So remember, there's a couple of things that we're talking about tonight. One is an apology for what occurred on Section 14, and one is a removal of a statue. In terms of the apology does not mention Mr. Bogert. It talks about the city's actions, because that's whose fault it was, the city. And that goes for all of us and all of the city councils in Palm Springs, because the reality is that none of us have done enough to create a Palm Springs that moves us into the future, and that it truly acknowledges and makes amends for the systemic racism that our country was built on. That is undeniable. No matter what you think about the statue, we have to right the wrongs of the past. And that's why this apology is just step one. I have said from the very beginning, from when I ran for city council and almost every day since, that we are not always going to agree. I am not always going to agree with everyone, but I want to hear from you, which is why I was so happy that we were able to have this discussion, which is why I engaged with people over email so often and in person when you see me. And this is one where literally from my tally, half of you disagree with me and half of you agree. And that's okay. That doesn't mean that we're divided forever. It means that we're divided right now on this issue, and that we can still move forward and figure out a way to come together and decide what it is that we want for our future. So thank you to my fellow city council members for participating in this process. To the commissioners, thank you very much. I know that it's not easy and that we have to make lots of tough decisions during our time as council members, but it is what we need to do to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. And I see, just to note for the human rights commissioners, please do, if you're able to, rename yourself so that the public knows who you are. We can't pin you all because Zoom doesn't allow us all to be spotlit together. There's too many of us, so sorry about that. I do want to give the opportunity for council members to speak first, if I can, and then I will go to human rights commissioners, knowing that the Human Rights Commission has already deliberated and discussed and voted on these resolutions that are in front of us. But obviously we value your partnership in having this community conversation and the resolutions that you brought forward to City Council to consider. So if I can, I see you, Commissioner Mcnulty, but I will go to Councilmember Coors next and offer any other conversation from council members and then go to any commissioners. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Holstich. First, I also want to thank everyone who shared their views tonight, who did so at the Human Rights Commission meetings on these issues, who spoke at the community listening session and other public meetings, as well as through emails and many one-on-one conversations. I also want to thank the Human Rights Commission for their work in bringing these two resolutions forward. I hope that others have, if you haven't, read as I did the 1960s reports from the United States Department of the Interior and the California Attorney General's Office, the April 2021 report from the Human Rights Commission, and the rebuttal to that report from Friends of Frank Bogart. I also visited the Agua Caliente Band of Kuya Indians exhibit on the history of Section 14, and I encourage everyone to visit the exhibit when their new cultural museum opens. All of this information has provided me with important context for this discussion we had tonight. What also helped provide a frame of reference was a quote that a close friend shared over a decade ago that was a definition of privilege, and it really has stuck with me. What he said was that privilege is when you think something is not a problem because it's not a problem for you personally. And that's important and relevant, as we all need to look at what happened from the perspective of those who were and are still impacted by the way the city evicted residents who were living on Section 14, burning down their homes, discarding their positions, destroying a community, and leaving many with no place to live. While I cannot put myself in the shoes of those who had their homes burned down by the city of Palm Springs, I can try to understand just how awful and damaging an experience that was, the impacts it had and still has on them and their families. I asked the Human Rights Commission to consider the apology related to Section 14 prior to coming to council, which they did. I strongly support its passage tonight. It is more than 50 years overdue. The second resolution we are considering this evening concerns the removal of the statute of former Mayor Frank Bogart from its present location. While hearing the stories of the impacts of what occurred has been difficult, I do not believe that this is a difficult decision. I appreciate there are many people who loved and support Mr. Bogert. I understand that he loved Palm Springs and served the city in many ways. I also understand that he was mayor of Palm Springs, the leader of the city and its government, during the time that the city evicted residents from Section 14, and that he, as mayor, supported the destruction and burning of people's homes and property, which was carried out by the city of Palm Springs in our official capacity. As many have said, above the entrance to the city hall chambers, it says the people are the city. That doesn't mean anything if it doesn't mean for all of the people. The seat of our government, where people come to serve, do business, speak, and engage with their city, needs to be a welcoming place for all of our residents. But there are many residents, both those whose families had their homes burned to the ground and others for whom, as we heard tonight, it is painful every time they come to City Hall because they see and must pass by the statute of Mayor Bogert, which is the only statute of any mayor or any person at City Hall. No one should ever feel that way when they come to City Hall. And I support moving forward with the necessary process to remove the statute from City Hall property. Finally, as I've said previously, and we've heard from folks tonight, I support the city providing financial support to those impacted by these past city actions. Because they lost their homes, they lost the opportunity to accumulate generational wealth through home ownership. We can explore whether that financial assistance comes by way of down payments on housing or other means, but I would ask that we do bring back that matter to the council for discussion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Coors. Would any other council member like to speak first or speak now? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
No, I got it. I needed to mute. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And this has been a very long evening, and frankly, it's been a very long number of months since this issue first arose. I want to thank everyone in the community for the manner in which the overwhelming majority of individuals presented their point of view this evening, and the amount of heart and soul that went into so each and every one of the presentations that we received. This is a very, very difficult issue. But I know that each and every one of my colleagues and each and every member of the Human Rights Commission is trying to do their very best for the city of Palm Springs. We are trying to make this a better place for everyone in our community. It is so important that we acknowledge all of our history. And our history includes some wonderful moments for which we have every right to be proud. But it also includes some moments for which we have every reason to be remorseful, to learn from those mistakes, and to make sure that we do not pass those mistakes on to another generation. Any discussion about the statue of Mr. Frank Bogert is really difficult today because we have alive his family, we have his close friends, and we have with us so many of the individuals, descendants of those who were forcibly removed from Section 14. I don't believe a dispassionate history has yet to be written of what happened in Section 14, but we've certainly learned many things about what happened. And what I come away with from what happened and what we've heard tonight are two very opposing facts, neither one of which are going to go away. The city of Palm Springs was responsible for forcibly moving over 200 families from their homes. City of Palm Springs staff burned people's homes. City of Palm Springs staff drove bulldozers that took down people's homes. We cannot erase our role in what happened. It will never go away. At the same time, the love, the affection that is felt for Frank Bogger is absolutely real. I have spoken with so many people, and over the last few months, I have really tried to make an effort to sit down and listen to everyone on all sides of the issue. And many times I didn't have to reach out. I would simply be walking down the grocery aisle and somebody would stop me and they would want to tell me a Frank Bogert story. I remember one individual, I had just gotten back from an ophthalmologist. My eyes were dilated so much that I thought I was looking at the sunshine. And this gentleman in the post office was not going to let me go until I heard his Frank Bogert story. And it was a warm, genuine story of individual acts of kindness on the part of Mr. Frank Bogger. People don't make up those kinds of stories. They are, as Maya Angelou said, things that he made them feel about themselves and about him. That's just very real. I'm also struck very clearly by the fact that the city council that included Frank Bogger worked extremely closely with the tribal council in the 1950s to get passed through Congress and signed by President Eisenhower the legislation that allowed the 99-year leases. That was a total and complete change for the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians in our community, and it was one of the most important steps forward for righting so many of the injustices, not all of them, but so many that have affected members of our tribal nations going back to the founding of our country. Our city council worked closely. Frank Bogert worked closely to create the opportunities for the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians to be able to fully take advantage of the land that has been theirs from time immemorial. That was a very good thing. Every time we go to the Palm Springs Convention Center, we see the result of the progress that's occurred. But at the same time that we were doing those good things, we did not slow down enough to make sure that the individuals that were removed from Section 14 had a place to go to live, and that they had a place to live within our city. Frankly, we know from history that they largely moved outside of our city because they did not feel welcome within Palm Springs. That's not the community that we want to be. I am very taken by the comments that we received through email from the widow of former Chairman Siva. I don't think you can make the case that Frank Bogert betrayed Mr. Siva, not when this many decades later his widow says no. Frank Bogert was who he wanted to be the conservator. There's been no one who's come forward that says that the comments regarding Mr. Bogert to Mr. Siva, or Chairman Siva, that he didn't need a conservator were untrue. We have the daughter of Chairman Richard Milanovich giving testimony as to the relationship of Chairman Milanovich with Frank Bogger. If I was to ask for a character witness on my character while performing work in Palm Springs, I don't know who you would ask before you would ask Chairman Richard Milanovich. So I think when we use words that disparage Frank Bogger as an individual and what he did, and when he is labeled as a racist, there's simply too many stories that betray that. But what we also know is that he was involved in actions that resulted in a racist result, and that cannot be washed away. So long way of saying, I concur with my colleagues that a statue of one man in front of our city hall is not the right thing to do, and that we need to respectfully find an alternative location. And I think there are alternative locations that we can find that will allow those for whom Frank Bogger will always be a man of great warmth and great character to acknowledge that. But our city hall will be open to absolutely everyone so that they can come forward and not see what is considered to be a stain. If you listen to all of the testimony this evening, we were almost evenly divided between those who spoke glowingly of Mr. Bogger and those who did not. That probably represents much of the feeling in our community. A 50-50 outcome is not what you build a statue in front of City Hall for. I concur with my colleagues that we need to find a way to create reparations for those who were removed from their homes because of the city's action. And I think we need to concentrate solely on what did the city do and how do we as a city make amends for what we did. I cannot make amends for everything else that's happened everywhere else, but we have responsibility and we need to take it for what we did as a city. The apology is appropriate. It is necessary. But I'm afraid when it comes to the resolution, I struggle to agree with everything that is found in that resolution regarding Frank Bogger, the individual. I don't think we need to go there to recognize that what we did as a city was wrong and that we need to make amends for what we did as a city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank my colleagues. I want to thank the Human Rights Commission. I want to thank everyone that called in. I want to thank everybody for their very passionate comments that they made. They, to me, felt like they absolutely came from people's hearts on both sides of the fence, whether there was one comment somebody made that we were all invited as a council to meet with the Bogart family. I want to say that I was never invited to meet with the Bogart family. I would have absolutely met with the Bogart family had that invitation been extended to me. So I just really want to make that clear. I think that was a false statement that was made by one of the speakers. I don't think this is about who was responsible or pointing fingers about Section 14. Section 14 happened. It was an urban renewal project that impacted poor people very, very negatively. And I think that's what we're here recognizing. This is not a personal attack on Bogart. It's not blaming. It's apparent there's a lot of love and adoration for Frank Bogart, and that adoration is real. But we're not erasing history, as some may have said. We're actually acknowledging history. There's more than one history here. There's the history of urban renewal and those people that were behind the urban renewal. And there's the history of those people that were removed from their lands and their personal belongings were burnt, stolen, and or destroyed. So we're really looking at two points here. And I think, as one of the former mayors said, there's generational pain. And what we're trying to do here is understand that generational pain. We're looking to heal it as well. So I'm in agreement with my colleagues that this is not about Mr. Bogart. This is really about a statue in front of City Hall that brings people pain. And we should likely remove that statue to another location and work with those people who have a passionate love for Mr. Bogart on where that may be placed. And with that, Madam Mayor, I'm done.
Thank you, Councilmember Woods. Commissioner Vignolo.
Thank you, Mayor Holstage and Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of the council, my fellow commissioners and the city staff and members of the public still in attendance. I had prepared remarks, which I did submit in writing to the city clerk in that part of your package. So because of the late hour, I'm not going to regurgitate that, but just want to point, after hearing all the public comments and your own comments, wanted to share two specific things that occurred to me. I was not appointed to the Human Rights Commission until this past April. So I did not take part in the discussions, drafting, or any of the votes on either the draft resolution regarding Section 14 or the other resolution before you regarding the removal of this existing Frank Bogart monument. I fully support the apology resolution, and I really want to focus on the other resolution regarding the Bogart monument, because after hearing the public comments, I recognize that many in our city view the existing monument in front of City Hall as a hurtful symbol of systemic racism, while others view it as a testament to the former mayor's efforts to make our city a vibrant city in which to live and a world-class destination for millions of visitors. It's what attracted me to move here in three years ago on October 1st. But I am troubled that the current resolution before you only recommends that the council order the immediate removal of the monument without addressing what comes next. And I strongly encourage you, and I think I heard this in several of your own comments just a few minutes ago, to couple the statue's removal with its installation elsewhere in the city in an area selected after thorough input from representatives of the Friends of Frank Bogart, those affected by the events associated with Section 14's raising in the 1960s, and city and commission staff. I believe that any relocation of the monument should include the addition of a plaque with a narrative that would help to educate those viewing the statue about the context of the former mayor's 2 terms. And providing such a narrative can properly honor the mayor's many contributions to our community, which we've heard about this evening, while also recognizing the hurtful actions that he and other city officials took regarding Section 14. So in closing, I'd like to just urge the council, if you are going to vote on that specific draft resolution, you at least consider perhaps providing further instruction or amending the resolution to address that. What happens next? Where does it go? And if this is truly the start of a process, then it would be inappropriate to to vote for an immediate removal of the statue. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you, Commissioner Donna Shepherd.
All right. Very interesting evening. Lots of heartfelt comments. I appreciate the input from each and every member of the community who gave their input, with one or two a little bit rude exceptions, but we'll pass that over for now. And I'm also grateful, Jeff Kors, Grace Garner, Lisa Middleton. What a thoughtful and well-spoken city council we have. I really appreciate the way you took in the information and formulated your responses. And there's no way I could purport to do anywhere near as well or anywhere better. So I will just say that the three of you in your statements, and also Commissioner Vigolo, support you 100%. As you know, I heard all of these people telling me that they were born and raised in Palm Springs, have been here 50 years, and so on and so forth. I've only been here a mere 13 years, but I love the city. The city is my home, and I live on the north side of town. And I was excited to buy a house in the Mountain Gate community, and I didn't know that we had a Desert Gateway Highlands neighborhood. And I will have to say that when I first drove through that neighborhood after becoming a resident of Palm Springs, I was baffled. I couldn't understand how such an affluent city had such a blighted area, that no one had taken time to mow the weeds. I think my first request to Christy Holstage and Jeff Kors was to please put in some new speed bumps, which fortunately recently you have done. I thank you for that. I understand now we're looking for restrooms in the community, in the park there. It's such blatant evidence to me of blight of an area where people who had nothing were moved and continue to struggle to survive in today's economy. I think any conversation about moving a statue permanently, temporarily, any of that conversation cannot be had without the further conversation about reparations. These people have not only been offended, insulted, personal property taken away, but they have lost the opportunity to create some significant generational wealth. And it breaks my heart to hear the grandchildren of the folks in this situation continuing to be just wounded today as a result of these actions. I also don't have a personal axe to grind with Mayor Bogger, but I think all of us have to be accountable for our actions. I agree it's the city's building, City Hall. I don't agree that we need to add another statue. I agree with Grace Garner that it's the people's City Hall, not any individuals. We've all done our part in one way or another to make the city what it is. So anyway, long way to say that I am incredibly grateful that we have a city council that we do, and that we are going to move forward with respect to address this shameful issue. Thank you very much. And thank you, Ron Hart, for your leadership on this. It has not been easy. Ron D. Hart.
Thank you, Commissioner Shepherd. Do any other human rights commissioners want to be heard now before council really deliberates? And just for the public, this is a joint meeting because the Human Rights Commission passed these two resolutions that are now in front of City Council. So just to be clear, the commission has already deliberated and voted. We've invited them here as a joint meeting so that that can be involved in the process. But the final vote or final direction to city staff about what process we might engage in will be up to city council. I just want to be clear because I think it is a little bit confusing maybe for residents watching in who is deciding here. And I know that Chair Ron DeHart has his hand raised, so I'll go to him next, and then I saw others. You're muted, Chairman.
I'll let the other commissioners speak first.
Thank you. I saw Commissioner Edwin Ramorian.
Thank you, Mayor Holstedge. Thank you, Chair DeHart, as well. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members and Steadfast staff, and my fellow human rights commissioners, and to all who provided their live Zoom and telephone public comments. I'm looking forward to more of the public comments that have been emailed into reading them. What a night, right? We got a whole bunch of folks that we haven't seen in a while. It was great to see Mayor Ron Oden and hear from Ginny Fote and all of our, the diverse families that come out of the history of our city. This is our city. This is that interwoven fabric that we always talk about. That is Palm Springs. As a human rights commissioner for our city, I support the Black, brown, and poor, underrepresented working class families that were historically terrorized, forced out, and burned out of Section 14. I reinforce my support for the Section 14 apology and the removal of the Frank Bogert monument from the front of our city hall. The legacy of collective trauma in our city needs more attention, and I support our dialogues to consider reparations for those immediately affected by the awful history of Section 14. Yes, indeed, this is an ongoing discussion on gentrification, segregation, the Great Migration, Western expansion, empire, and white supremacy and privilege. Yes, let's make room for more stories. Let's make room for more empathy and empowerment and equity for our overlooked communities. The story of Palm Springs, also known as Saki to our Kauai predecessors, continues to unravel. On this occasion, as we are in Hispanic Heritage Month, and on the eve of October's Filipino American History Month and October's Indigenous Peoples Day, post-Columbus, of course, I offer a reading to our audience here of the poem, The White Man's Burden, the United States and the Philippine Islands from 1899. The White Man's Burden, the United States and the Philippine Islands in 1899 by Rudyard Kipling. Take up the white man's burden. Send forth the best you breed. Go send your sons to exile, to serve our captives' need, to wait in heavy harness, unfluttered folk and wild, your new caught sullen peoples, half devil and half child. Take up the white man's burden, in patience to abide, to veil the thread of terror and check the show of pride. By open speech and simple, and 100 times made plain, to seek another's profit and work another's gain. Take up the white man's burden, and reap the old reward. The blame of those ye better, the hate of those ye guard. The cry of hosts ye humor, slowly to the light. Why brought ye us from bondage, our loved Egyptian night? Take up the white man's burden, have done with childish days, the lightly proffered laurel, the easy ungrudged praise. Comes now to search your manhood through all the thankless years, cold-edged with dear broad wisdom, the judgment of your peers. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramoran. I'm so sorry I mispronounced your name, and I think I might have done it to Commissioner Vignolo too. So I apologize. It's been a long meeting, and we've been working all day. So thank you. And Commissioner, do you mind sharing? You've been a long-term resident of Palm Springs. I don't know if you want to share that as well. Do you mind if you'd like to comment on that?
Sure. It's always amazing to hear people talk about, I've been here for 50 years. I'm actually turning 50 in a couple of weeks. So yeah, I was born and raised, born in Desert Hospital. And but my family's been here, the Ramorans and a number of the Filipino families in Veterans Tract have been here since even before the 60s. So I'm a very proud member. I mean, our family, yes, decided to settle here. And we do have to speak about that. I think it's a very And I think this is what's great about it. Tonight's comments were very heartfelt on all sides, And I think it's really important to hear what's happening. And I continued my, I'm going to continue the statements here. It actually, the unraveling of the stories, as we're hearing more and more people who are affected directly by Section 14 and the forcing out of families, I think there's something very much there, because we know that the families that were directly affected, a lot of them were not, it wasn't recorded. So if we're trying to uncover that history, we need to support that. So that's what I really believe in. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramoran, and I'm sorry to call you out like that, but I just wanted to note that the Filipino community, which your family is part of, has such a rich history in Palm Springs, including being part of and leading farm worker movements in Coachella that our region is famous for. So thank you to you and your family for all that you've done for Palm Springs. Any other commissioner comments? Commissioner Andrade.
Thank you. And thank you. Let me just reiterate how difficult it was for many, many people to tell their stories tonight. I sense that. I realize that. I somewhat feel that as a human rights organization, we've executed a pretty effective campaign to divide the citizens of our city. And I also remain convinced that we could have mitigated some of that divisiveness by uniting and educating with more fair and balanced information, which again I believe is part of what our commission is committed to do. As I've said in the past, the removal, retention, or relocation of the Bogger statute for me is secondary to the methodology and the process that was used to achieve the goal. I'm still concerned over the anonymity afforded the creators of the report. I felt like when I was asked to vote on something, I should have known who produced it. It seemed to me to be the antithesis of public transparency. So if nothing else tonight is decided, my hope is that we'll recognize ourselves as an unqualified jury to, in effect, issue a posthumous indictment against Frank Bogert's character. Contrary to Councilman Wood's comment, the report and the accusations are nothing if not very personal to the man. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Andrade. Any other comments from commissioners who have not spoken yet? Chairman DeHart.
Yeah, thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor. And as everyone else has said also, many thanks to everybody who's participated in this testimony tonight. And as difficult as the testimony was for some, we certainly appreciate everybody coming to the table once again. After 31 years of placing the burden on the Black community to teach us the understanding of the symbolic meaning of this monument is an incredibly long time. 3 decades to learn, listen, and debate. The time to heal is now. And this is when we raise to the challenge and keep further division from becoming the norm. This is the time for us to step to the end, to take a step to end the generational expression of symbolic racism. Healing a divided community starts with those who were harmed. This is the time to do what's right and elevate the voice of the BIPOC community. I mentioned earlier that our community is divided. Tonight's testimony just further proved the division in our community. This is not about an equal voice. This is leadership ensuring an equity voice for the Black, Indigenous, and people of color. I encourage council to decide on your own resolution to remove this statue and to begin that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair DeHart. Any other human rights commissioners who would like to be heard now? I want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to be heard. I think I have you all on my screen. So, okay. Moving to council deliberations, then I know other council gave their comments, but really moving to the decision and direction to give to staff. I'll make my comments and then we can do that. Again, there's a lot that's been said, and I'll try not to repeat my counsel and what we've heard here tonight. I didn't write any comments because I was listening carefully. And I think it's clear that everyone who spoke tonight loves our city and is committed to our community and committed to the future of Palm Springs. I think everyone expressed at least a consensus that racism, systemic racism, and overt racism existed in our community in the 1960s and before then. I heard consensus about what happened on Section 14 was horrifying and unacceptable in any time. It was devastating to the people affected and their descendants. Both then and now, so many decades later. I also heard consensus or no objections that the city should apologize. I heard to the tribe, the Agua Caliente Band of Kuya Indians, and to the people affected, primarily communities of color, the Black community, Latino community, Filipino community, and others who lived on Section 14 and were forcibly removed and evicted from that land and their homes. And I also heard statements that racism exists today in the city of Palm Springs, both systemic racism, the way we've built our institutions, the way policies and public policies have created what the city looks like in terms of de facto or segregation in our community that still exists today, and overt racism, as we've heard as a council. I've heard that the community wants to heal together and come together in incredibly divisive times. And I've thought a lot about this as we've heard from people and have these conversations. I strongly believe that to come together, to truly heal, to truly right the wrongs that the city perpetrated, both then and ongoing, we have to address what is hard, not sweep it under the rug, not to pretend that this was something other than it was. We have to address the people who are affected. So I have no comments about Mayor Bogger, his reputation. I'm not planning on litigating a man's personal reputation in a public forum. I hope none of us, and I expect that none of us will stand the test of time 50 or 70 years later. I hope we will not, because I hope that the universe and our society will continue to bend towards justice, and we will be so much further than where we are now, 50 or 70 years from now, that we will not. We will have conversations about this. And if there were statues of us then, I hope they would be removed. And I agree with Councilmember Garner that we shouldn't be erecting statues of public figures who are public servants who serve the people. We do not, it's not a cult of personality. We are public servants at the end of the day. So I just want to be clear. And I think some of the report and the issues with the report and with the facts around Bogger have led to some of this division over the facts, so we can get to a common set of facts. So my complaint is with the city. It's clear there's a common set of facts that the city perpetrated the harms both to the tribe and both to the people affected on Section 14. We represent the city when we are elected by the people, and what happens when we lead, we are responsible for. It's a great responsibility of serving on city council. Not everything is our fault, but we are blamed for it. And that's the burden and the benefit of serving in public service. So we have the main facts that I'm looking at is the Attorney General memorandum from the state of California, Attorney General's Department of Justice. And it states facts that the city perpetrated the forced eviction and razing of people's homes in our community, that the city used taxpayer public funds to do so, and that the city was intimately involved. So our role now as the city is to come and apologize for the actions that the city took. And I truly, as a ceremonial mayor now of the city of Palm Springs in 2021, truly, honestly apologize for those actions. They were wrong then. They are wrong now. They've created devastation in our community and different outcomes for the Black community, Latino community that still exists today, and segregation that still exists today. So I think that's what's important. I understand that people feel that the statue for Bogert is important in front of City Hall, but really City Hall belongs to the people. And if we're hearing that some people in our community are offended or hurt or harmed by a statue being in front of City Hall, where we do the people's business, that they don't feel comfortable coming to City Hall, that they are reminded of being forcibly evicted by the city from their homes, it's our responsibility to remove that statue from City Hall. I understand I think it's public record. We've received a demand letter from Friends of Bogert that they've asked the city to consider locations in the city for the placement of that statue. But I would like to see us begin the process to consider removing the statue from City Hall, where people have said that it's harmful for them, and moving it to a different location or giving it to the family to decide where it best goes. What an incredible honor to have a statue in front of City Hall for nearly 40 years. I just want to say, it's painful to have to hear and watch the pain of our community, especially our Black residents and people of color, to have to come here in 2021 and prove their pain to be heard and taken seriously, for residents to respect the generational pain that this action by the city has caused, both then and now. Mayor Oden spoke about generational pain. Descendants of Cora Crawford, who were referenced, talked about the harm to their family. And we heard from tribal leaders as well. So the city council did reach out to the tribe in having this conversation, and also reached out to the Black History Committee. And stories of segregation were shared there, like it was shared tonight, and stories of people who are still impacted today were shared. And I just want to start to think about, to calculate the economic loss that occurred when Section 14 was raised. And I tried to do just a little rough math. And so looking at the Attorney General's report that I'd like the City Council to consider including in our apology. So I'd like to see us adopt the apology, that the resolution that the Human Rights Commission passed unanimously to apologize. I'd like us to attach this memorandum from the AG's office to document the history from another governmental agency about what occurred. And I'd also like us to include compensation or reparations for the people and the communities who are affected. And the AG's report talks about I'm sorry, I know I'm talking a long time, but we've also sat here and listened to our community for a very long time, and this is such an important issue. The AG's report, which I would love to read at length in full, talks about the stories and just examples of what people lost. It says that Mr. James Gorey said his house, valued at $3,400 and occupied by his sister, was destroyed without notice. Similarly, the house of an elderly neighbor, Mrs. Billetti, who died following her eviction, and it details people impacted. And so really rough math. It details 5 stories, 5 people examples who lost in total $24,000 in 1960s dollars. And so that's on average $6,000 per resident. This is just rough math, just to make an example, right? You could actually calculate it in different ways, but that would be 1,000 residents impacted. And you think that's just the home values. So that's not including the personal property and others. That would be $6 million in 1968. If you did that math, and maybe that's more and maybe that's less. And so $6 million in 2021 is $46 million that residents lost in the 60s on Section 14. And then if you think about that compounded exponentially over generations and the generational wealth that has been lost, you could imagine that that number is not only 3 times more than that, but much more. And those of us whose families or the families that we're part of who have lived in Palm Springs for decades, some of us have experienced generational wealth and some have not because of the policies of the city. And so that is what we're addressing today. So I want to apologize to the Black community who had to come here today to need to come and prove their oppression. I never needed that. I know that the city's action was wrong and that we should apologize, and not just apologize because words are cheap, but to take action. And so I'd like to see us calculate what amount of dollars we could invest into the community, to invest in our housing, to invest in economic development for these areas of the cities where residents went from Section 14, to invest in the James O. Jesse Community Center and other important community institutions. So with that, I very much would like us to pulling up the agenda. I very much would like us to approve the draft Human Rights Commission resolution regarding Section 14. And to the comments, it doesn't speak about Bogger. It doesn't speak about the tribe. I think that it's well written. And I might add a little more powerful language that not only will the city's actions be forever remembered, they will not be repeated. And we will take action to repair the damage that was done in those times. The resolution for the Frank Bogert Monument, I don't think we need to pass that resolution or that report. Just to note, the Human Rights Commission is a volunteer commission. Thank you for serving your time for free. You have very limited city staff to assist, and most of those efforts are volunteer based. And so we understand that we don't have the power of a historical organization to really write down that history. But I think that we've heard that causes pain in the community, in the community. And so I'd like to see us begin the process to relocate the statue. But I'll hear from council where you're at on approving that resolution, because we don't need to approve a resolution to begin that process. So with that, I will ask council colleagues if they'd like to make a motion or if they would like to summarize where they think council might be or to respond. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and then Councilmember Kors.
You're on mute.
Clarification, as I understood it, you're proposing that we adopt the apology.
Yes.
and not the resolution regarding the monument, but begin the process, the legal process for the removal of the statue. Is that correct?
Yes, if you're asking what my opinion would be, and I want to hear from the full city council, it would be to adopt the resolution of the apology with a few extra language to begin the process of considering relocating the statue and to allocate $5 million a year into an equity fund to invest in the community in a way to be determined. Councilmember Woods, and then I think Councilmember Kors had his hand up too.
Thank you. I agree with the first two parts of it. The idea to invest $5 million at this point, I don't know as we've done kind of a calculation of what that would look like, what it would mean. And I think we need to, I would need to mull that over a little bit more to understand if that's the right dollar amount and how it might actually be spent.
Thank you. And I was just putting that out there for discussion. I think that there's work to do, obviously, with what the needs are and what the amount would be and what that would look like. Mayor Pro Tem asked me what my proposal would be, and that is, I think, a starting point for a discussion. Councilmember Kors.
All right. We can make a motion and then we can see if there are changes to it. But I would move forward with the apology as drafted with the language changes suggested by Mayor Holstich, which I agree with. I'd move forward with, I think we've started the process, but continuing the process to that we legally are required to remove the statute from City Hall. We'll have to ask staff how to do this, and to bring back, we're at the end of September, in the next 2 months, proposals on investment in the community and addressing the economic harms to those who are directly impacted.
Thank you. So that's a formal motion. Is there a second?
I'd like to second. I mean, I like $5 million, but I'm understanding that if the council really, wants some more, sorry, it's late, wants some more feedback from staff on that first, I can understand that, but yeah, I'm ready to put some money on the table, but that's it. I'll second the motion, and just to be clear, we're not supporting, we're not passing the second resolution. And I do agree that there were some things that needed to be addressed for sure. And we don't need it. We don't need to do that in order to move forward.
Thank you. So there's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
I can support the apology, and I agree with Councilmember Woods that we need to ask staff to do a thorough assessment as to what's the appropriate amount of reparations and funding to provide, and to provide guidance to council as to what would be the most meaningful manner in which to address those. I don't think we should jump to a conclusion regarding an amount. I would like us as well to work with a broad cross-section of the community to find an appropriate place for the statue, and to work again with a broad cross-section of the community to make that happen in a respectful manner.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Kors.
If I can ask of the city manager, since I think I said in the next 2 months, given staffing and challenges, is what I don't want to see is this just get delayed, either of these issues. So, but I want to be respectful of what's on your plate. So, what do you think is realistic that we can share with the community on moving forward? With that, bringing back the discussion of economic investment in whatever form that may take.
Thanks for the question. Certainly, taking the next steps for considering a relocation of the statue is something that we can proceed with immediately. I think what we'd likely do with the other piece, some kind of financial parameters and programmatic things, would probably be somewhat iterative. So I think we would start with key concepts, right? So that might be something along the lines of valuation. I think that will frankly be pretty difficult when you really talk about unknown assets, some of which appreciate, some of which depreciate. I don't know that we'd have a good objective analysis, but I think we could come up with a reasonable number and probably have a public process before even determining uses for those funds. But could certainly start to promulgate ideas, right? The kinds of things that we think would be meaningful and the parameters and the way we would track it and those kinds of things. So I think we would start with some concepts, get some input from the community, also come back and check in with council before we had concrete proposals, get your direction. And I think we could start that process certainly in the next few months. I think a reasonable goal would be to conclude that with an appropriation in the next fiscal year budget. Doesn't preclude us from amending the budget this year to get started, right? But even then, if we have housing programs and those things, expending the funds would likely occur over years. And so I think if we can get some meaningful work done in the next few months to where we could start to get excited about programs, and if there's anything immediate, certainly capital construction and those kinds of things, actual expenditures could happen sooner. Is that helpful? I mean, it's really it's not going to be a concrete line, right? It's going to. I think we can make progress in the next few months, but it will extend probably into the end of this fiscal year and into the next budget cycle.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilmember Kors, did you have further questions or comments?
I do not. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I can add, I think the reason I put out a dollar figure there as a commitment is because one thing I've learned in speaking to people who are affected by Section 14 and the impact and the city's actions on Section 14 in the 60s is that, and the ongoing exclusion because of public policies decisions that the city's made is the mistrust of government and the mistrust of having to come and say, we find this as a problem for our community for decades or for generations. And so I just want to be thoughtful, and I understand that we need to do our due diligence to determine what amount is appropriate, how those investments should be made. There are a lot of details, but I've also worked in city government since 2017, and I've learned that perfect can be the enemy of the good and process can kill projects. So I want to make sure that the people who called in today who are affected by the city's actions on Section 14 have some commitment that from us that we are going to take action, that we are going to put our money where our mouth is, dedicate city funds to this effort, that we are not going to start a process that will last forever, that will result in James O'Jesse just getting approved for having bathrooms, after decades. So that, and I appreciate the city manager has a very tough job to do because the demands of city council and city residents saying, please do something now. And city government is just not set up to act quickly. But that said, that's why I thought an allocation of funds would be a way to take action without, while still showing a commitment and action, while still allowing the city to move forward in a process to work out those details. so there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion or substitute motions or anything else? Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. So my understanding of what's on the table is in line, I believe, with what Mayor Pro Tem Middleton said, which is that we're asking that staff do that work and bring us back a proposal, correct? Okay, I just wanted to make sure Mayor Pro Tem was on the same page.
Yeah, City Clerk, could you read back the motion for us that was made?
Certainly. So what I have is to move forward with the resolution for the apology as amended by Mayor Holstedge, to start the legal process for the relocation of the monument, and to direct staff to develop a proposal or proposals on economic investment and to return to council within 2 months with ideas.
Thank you, City Clerk. Councilmember Garner, does that answer your question? Thank you. Councilmember Woods? Councilmember Woods, I believe you're muted.
Thank you. I think we heard from the city manager that 2 months might be a little aggressive. And I would take the city manager's point of view, especially with our short staffed right now, to give him some time to really think what good reparations mean and what's meaningful to the people.
Councilmember Kors.
So let me get back to you, the city manager. Do you think 2 months or by the end of the year, I took it that we could, you could bring back ideas so we can start moving this forward. Well, we won't necessarily be done with the process and final decisions. So does the motion work, or?
I think there are certain components that we could accomplish within 2 months. I think if you wanted to solidify an amount, for instance, for a fund, I think we could do that in 2 months. I think there will be key principles of administering this fund that will be somewhat difficult to work out. And it might not be staff that takes a little more than 2 months. It might be the whole iterative process with the community, with the staff and council that takes more than 2 months. For instance, you may have descendants of Section 14 that no longer live in the area. So there'll be a decision to make about whether this is still focused on Palm Springs community or direct descendants of those who lived on Section 14. Similarly, there are minority communities that aren't necessarily descendants of Section 14, but are perhaps in need of, social justice and equity type programs. So those key principles and an allocation, I think, could begin. But honestly, to have a thoughtful program that works, I certainly appreciate the need to balance expediency and kind of being thorough. And I think 2 months is, you've got 3 meetings, the next one's gone. 3 meetings left in 2 months. I'm just being realistic. We're not going to have well-established programs with the details worked out in that amount of time, even if we kind of dropped everything. But we can get you down that road by allocating funds and starting to talk about key principles and starting to discuss priorities, housing, jobs, improvements of community center and infrastructure, and those broad level conversations within a couple of months.
City Manager, when would the next time that the City Council could consider a budget amendment be in the regular course of business?
I think your October 14th, I believe it is, meeting, you could probably just have a budget conversation and amend the budget for an amount of money. Now, keep in mind, you meet on the 30th tomorrow, that agenda is done. The 14th would likely be direction to staff on an amount unless we can come up with something between now and then and kind of, I think we could queue it up as something somewhat open-ended, right? On the 14th, and you could kind of zero in on an amount. That would be the earliest opportunity. But at that stage, I don't know how thoughtful we can be. Those materials go out a week from tomorrow.
That might be very quick. Okay.
I think things tend, the way our meetings and things overlap, that's just, I could definitely outline some principles and we could queue up the conversation. Although, to be honest, that agenda is full as of today. So it's also moving something off the agenda to create that space, which we can do. That's the fastest, which is what you asked. Yeah, we can do it that fast, but that's fast.
Thank you. Councilmember Woods.
I hear, Mayor, I hear you in the fact that you want to get a commitment of something to happen and not just be lip service. But I think just since I've been on council, when we've moved too fast on things, we've ended up not having the best outcomes that we're looking for. And I would be looking for really positive affirmative outcomes, like what was mentioned by the city manager. And I think if we need a little time to do it, if we start the conversation at a meeting, that's great. I just don't think that we can do it within 2 months.
So would council need a full program detailed before before being able to make a commitment of contributing funds? Are you saying that you'd like a full program detailed before we take that action?
If you're asking me, Madam Mayor, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying even the start of the discussion, if the agendas come out within a week or two, it really doesn't give staff enough time to really wrap our head around it. And it could also be part of our visioning, where we hear from people broader, like, do they want urban renewal programs? Do they want housing programs? Do they want job programs? I mean, I think those kind of broad-based questions we can start preliminary talking about.
In council, if it's helpful, I think we could promulgate a list of topics and key principles, leave some of the dollar amount to you, but agendize it in such a way that you can get as far down that conversation as you feel comfortable with. In other words, if it's queued up for the 14th or the second meeting in October, and you feel pretty resolved, you feel good about the things that we're talking about and are ready to direct staff to bring back a budget amendment with a specific amount, you can do that. But if you only get partway down that conversation, we keep it on the agenda and just keep it moving forward. I think based on the nature of this conversation and the intent of council, this is not going to languish, right? It's something that we can make as much progress as we can make on. We'll keep it on agendas, and then it will be, you can respond to the work that we're able to do. And when you feel the time is right, we'll make sure it's agendized to where you can give concrete direction and take the action you're looking to take.
Thank you. So would the maker of the motion, hearing that, like to amend it in any way?
I'm fine. I'll ask Councilmember Garner, who seconded for as well, with to move forward as quickly as reasonably possible. So we keep it moving. I mean, that's really the goal here, is that we keep this moving forward. I think the way the city manager described it is what we're really looking for.
That's right.
I might ask if we might just amend it to still within a date certain of 3 months or a different time, hearing the city manager's comments, knowing that 2 months is too short, but that maybe an unknown time might be too long.
Well, I'll ask the city manager if by the end of the year you've brought back the discussion, right, with some principles, and that we can give that some really thoughtful guidance on how we're developing this program and what amounts we want to see move forward.
Yes, and frankly, again, even to make some progress, I think we might look to agendize this second meeting in October, and then in the month of November, you do have the strategic planning session. So both of those would occur within 2 months, and then it would be somewhat up to you how far you go with that. But admittedly, that has something to do with the quality of analysis we're able to provide you. So why don't we just get done what we can within that date certain? You can leave it at 2 months. And it will be your prerogative to extend that conversation if we're only able to give you kind of moderately quality analysis in that time. We'll do our best, and that will be kind of the way we scale this, right? We'll give you what we can for good analysis. If it's good enough, you guys can solidify some broad level direction. If it's not, it will get extended a little further, but it will be presented to you within 2 months.
Okay.
Thank you. That's helpful. So City Clerk, can you restate the motion for the public, please?
This is to adopt the resolution regarding the apology as amended with the additional verbiage from Mayor Holstedge, to start the legal process for the removal of the statue, the Frank Bogart Monument statue, and to direct staff to develop proposals on economic investment related to the Section 14, and to return to council within 2 months with those proposals or ideas.
Thank you. I might phrase that as Section 14 reparations or another word so that it's clear it's not just economic development in general. City Attorney, does that, I know that we have received a few demand letters on this issue. Does that motion, do you have any amendments to that motion?
I don't. I was going to point out the previous motion mentioned relocation, but I think the city clerk more accurately stated that it's the removal, the process for the removal of the statue, because I don't think the council has identified any specific location at this point, and that's something that can be determined at a later date. So at this point, it's removal, and I'm good with that from a legal perspective.
Thank you. And City Attorney, could you explain for the public, since people might not know what start the legal process for removal of the monument means? So can you detail what that process, if you can, might look like, or what that means so the public understands?
Sure, absolutely. At a minimum, it's going to be having staff conduct an analysis of the historical significance of the statue in relation to the Palm Springs City Hall site, which is a historical designated site. And that would go to our Historic Site Preservation Board, which is a public meeting. And they would make a determination as to whether a certificate of appropriateness is appropriate for the removal. It could also include asking the city's Public Arts Commission for a recommendation, since they are charged with resolving issues of public art removals. And that's the minimum. Obviously, the city could provide for additional public input forum, but that would be the minimum requirement, I believe.
Thank you. And is there a timeline for the community that we can describe for people to understand what that might look like? Could council put a date certain on it, or what are those details about timing for the people listening?
I would estimate that it would take anywhere from 2 to 4 months, possibly 2 at the minimum. If there are appeals of those commission decisions, it could take a little bit longer, maybe 4.
Thank you. And possibly longer if the city is sued.
Correct.
Which would be out of our control.
But just a point of information, this does not need to come back to us. That's correct. It's all staff working with commissions outside of the city council?
Correct, unless the HSPB decision is appealed, which it can under our ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments or discussion or clarification from council members on the motion? Seeing none, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I did ask that we identify
Yes.
a broad coalition, a broad spectrum of individuals in our community to work to find a respectful process in place for the relocation.
Thank you. So city attorney or city manager, do we need to amend the motion, or can we include that in our direction?
I think that can be included in the direction.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Does that work for you? Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for restating that for us. I think that's an important point. So not seeing any other further discussion, could I detail some edits and then get approval for those from the council for the apology language? I'd like to change, there's the third to the last paragraph says, It says, now therefore be it resolved that we, the undersigned members of the Palm Springs City Council, recognize that Black, Indigenous, people of color, and other working class residents' homes and property were destroyed by the raising of Section 14 and regret the tremendous harm caused and mourn the lost sense of community. And I might add, and mourn the lost sense of community, loss of generational wealth, damage to community institutions, and ongoing exclusion caused by the demolition of this neighborhood. And then I might propose one last change. It says, resolved, we do hereby, I'd ask us to say, formally apologize for the city government's role in the destruction of homes and community on Section 14, and affirm that the lessons learned from the city's actions will forever be remembered. I'd like to insert, and not repeated. And maybe even something about, and will be addressed by action by the city council or something like that. Because it's not just that we're remembering the harms, it's that we're addressing them and hopefully resolving them the way we can. And then we would just change, this as the Human Rights Commission. So it would just say the city of Palm Springs and the city council. So there's a maker of a motion and a second, or you do approve those changes?
Yes.
Any other further changes or comments? Okay, seeing none. So then there is a motion and a second, and we will have a roll call vote on those three parts of the motion. So for the community, it's to move forward on the city of Palm Springs apology for its role in the destruction of Section 14 during that time. It is to start the legal process for the removal of the monument at City Hall. And it is to direct City Clerk, restate that one for me.
Direct staff to develop proposals on economic investment as reparations for the destruction on Section 14, and to return to council within 2 months.
Thank you. So for the public, those are three things that the city council is voting on right now. Okay, so can we have a roll call vote on that motion, please?
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is City Council member and Human Rights Commissioner comments. So this wouldn't be about that last item. It would just be any additional general items, general comments on other items. So are there any comments now? Seeing none, thank you very much for everyone in engaging in this difficult and heartfelt conversation and being respectful. I think that we did hear generally from a community who wanted to hear from each other. So thank you to everyone for participating in our city government. So we will move to adjourn. The next regular city council meeting will be held tomorrow, September 30th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. Please join us for that meeting as well. And feel free to call in and submit your public comments for those agenda items. With that, thank you very much and have a great evening.
Thank you.